most important thing about today is we get good photos of you all. Zoe, are you happy with their presentation?
Nearer the microphone.
More of the microphone. Thanks, Zoe. Right, it gives me so much pleasure to welcome you all to the Code Club conference this year. For those of you that I have not met, I am Tamsin. I am, as John said, the head of clubs development and operation, which means my team, a lot of whom are here today, who you will meet, are responsible for all things Code Club that happens across the world. It's wonderful to have people from across the world here today, and we're really looking forward to meeting you all. A few bits of housekeeping to start off with. We are at your service. We're very pleased to have you here. If you need anything at all, you need to find a staff member. We obviously all have matching. Everyone's got matching t-shirts. It's great. But staff people say staff on their lanyards. So just holler and find them. They're all over the place. Also, the table where you collected your swag, I hope you've already collected your swag, is outside. If you haven't, there's still time to get it. But there'll be people there and also on reception. If you have any questions at any point, please come and ask. We are in this wonderful place in Hills Road, Sixth Form College for the first time, which is wonderful. The map, everybody has a map. There's maps all over the place. The green star is where we are now. We are in the theatre. Where you came in to the right is the registration and the exit. To get to the breakout rooms, if you haven't found them yet, you need to go straight through the doors around there and to your left and down the corridor, and you can find everything down there. Only the doors that are open you can go into, so it's very easy to work out where to go. If we need to evacuate, obviously follow staff around you and staff from the venue who will tell you where to go, but from here the nearest exit is where you came in. Lunch and refreshments will be in the cafe area, which again I think a lot of you have found down the corridor down there, and we can also use the what's it called, the exam hall immediately opposite for extra seating. So if there's nowhere to sit in the cafe, have a look through into the hall opposite, and there's lots of tables and chairs there as well. Some of you made it to the pub last night. Some of you had early nights. If you still have energy left after today's excitement, some of us will be heading into Cambridge for dinner tonight. Some of you have already signed up to do that. If you haven't and you would like to join us, I think we might be able to squeeze a few people in. Please just go to reception and ask, and we'll see what we can do. But also, there's absolutely no pressure to do so. If what you really wanted is a nice quiet time after all of this, then that's absolutely great. All the fun is really happening in this building, so it's fine. So what to expect today? We have got lots of great sessions, some hands-on, some discussions, lots of just chatting. Mostly this is all being contributed or asked for by you folk. And I want to say now a massive thank you to everybody who gave us an idea, suggested something, or is running a session themselves, because that's what Code Club is about. All the people here, you've all got so much to offer, and I'm really, really excited to hear what some of you have to say. There's lots of opportunities for chatting to each other. Please make that opportunity happen. There's lots of free time to do that, and lots of space to do so. So please do that. We have got, we've put in sort of 10 minutes between each session to move around. So we've got plenty of time. We're not on a big site, but please do keep an eye on the time so that we stay to time. Your lanyard is your conference pass, and it's got a QR code with a schedule. Please keep this on you. This is how we can identify that we've all got the right people in the building. The QR code will take you to the schedule, which you can then get on a phone. Which isn't on here anymore, that's all right. You've all received the schedule and have signed up for different sessions. If you suddenly feel led to do something else, there are a few spaces, a little bit of wiggle room. Again, if you want to know about free slots, just come and speak to somebody on the Code Club table or in reception. We hope that after this weekend, you go back to your Code Club feeling excited, motivated, have some new skills, some new ideas, but also with a sort of quiet confidence that you're being part of something that makes a difference, because there is something different about Code Club. something special. And I think that's something that everybody in this room will agree. We're living in a weird time, really. What many people consider to be the most significant change in technological innovation in history. And the last few years have brought massive leaps in technologies, which we all use every day. Things, AI, machine learning, robotics, automation, all of these things have triggered massive changes in how we conduct our daily lives, whether that's at work, in our social lives, in education, just what our careers, everything that we do. There's a lot to understand and keep up with. So last year we commissioned some work to understand the attitude of parents, of teachers, and some STEM, science, technology, engineering and maths professionals in the UK, in Ireland, in the US and in India. We asked 500 people about what they thought were the important challenges for young people, what were really the things that were making life complicated right now. And also what benefits and advantages technology might offer them in their future. It will come as no surprise to you to hear that technology is really seen as an incredible opportunity, but also presenting some real challenges. One thing we heard over and over again was about social media. It featured really highly. This is a wonderful possibility that we all use. Social media allows us to make friends, contacts across the world in a way outside our locality, in a way that we've never really been able to before. But that's kind of balanced by a worry of faceless cyberbullying and the fact that maybe young people are deprioritizing face-to-face interactions, real in-person interactions, the sort of things that we're benefiting from today. Parents and teachers will also have growing concerns about young people's mental health, really deepened by a feeling that maybe life today is a bit more pressurizing. And in many countries, strained economies are obviously leading to uncertainty about jobs, a lot of insecurity there, which for parents is massive. Worrying about whether their children will be able to get jobs, or there'll be a job for them in the future, can be extremely stressful. And we also heard in many countries a lack of confidence that the education systems that we have are actually teaching the skills that young people are going to need in the future. And this is changing, so those education systems need to change with them. But there's never been a time without challenges, and there's never been a time, I don't think, where adults haven't feared for the future of the next generation. That's always been the case. And actually, our respondents, that's, I think, all of you, actually were not without hope. In fact, they saw opportunities absolutely everywhere. And they saw real potential for technology. They saw for the potential for technology to challenge some of the big problems that, as a global community, we face. They saw technology as an opportunity to free people from some mundane tasks and free up time for more creativity, for more ideas, and also the opportunity that technology gives us to widen access to learning, something that I think we're all very, very aware of. Opportunities now where any of us can log onto a computer and find out about anything we want really, really easily. That's such an opportunity. And for many people in the world, the first opportunity they've had to tap in to a whole set of global knowledge and skills. So in a lot of ways, although sometimes this world feels quite divided, we're surprisingly united in our optimism for the benefits that technology can bring us. And certainly I feel that, we feel that. The mission of the Raspberry Pi Foundation is centered on a true belief that the power of computing and digital technologies will help young people create the futures that they want. And I think that's something that as a group we really do share. We feel that if young people are able to develop the skills, the knowledge, the confidence to use computers and digital technologies effectively, they'll be able to solve more problems at work, in their communities, in their own personal lives, and they'll have more opportunities, more avenues to explore their creativity in whatever way they want. We are pretty sure, we feel really confident that they'll develop, if they understand the sort of societal and ethical issues around them, they'll be better equipped to critically evaluate new technologies. And that's really important, that they can actually look at everything as it comes up and consider, how is this being used? What is this about? They'll be able to then make sure that we're designing and using technology for good in the future. And importantly, if young people are developing the mindset to cope with technological change, to confidently engage with new technologies as they arise, they'll be able to continue learning about new technologies and embracing them as they come. Those are the really important things. So is that why Code Club is so successful? Because children and adults are all united in wanting to learn about tech and thinking they can solve all the world's problems? Yeah, sure. A lot of kids do come to Code Club because they are really driven to learn. They've seen these things and they want to be able to do it. But actually, I think it's about a lot more than that. In 2023, we ran our first clubs conference, and I ran a session about the impact of Code Club. We had a bunch of people in a room and we talked about all the things that young people were learning, all the skills they were developing, how they could code this, how they were moving from scratch to Python. There were some wonderful stories about these young people who were now supremely talented, that had all of these opportunities at their fingertips, that knew things, that could do stuff. And we all agreed about that. Everyone had a story about that. And then there was a pause. And one Code Club leader piped up. They're in the room today. And they said in a tone of stating the entire obvious. But of course, that's not what kids in my club would say. They say they come to meet their friends and hang out and have fun. And just like now, actually, there was a lot of nodding as everyone was like, yeah, actually, that's what it's about. Because that's actually what mostly drives the young creators to come to Code Club. The humans, the people they interact with, and the atmosphere, real people spending meaningful time with each other. Like, humans are really, really important. One of the greatest fears people have about the development of AI and machine learning is it pushes humans out. But if you have read our position paper about this, you'll know that we don't think that. We think actually it's the opposite. We really need humans, really. We can now use AI systems to generate code really quickly, but that means we need an increased number of human skilled programmers who can translate the sort of messy real-world problems into something that we can solve through computational methods. We need people who have skills and knowledge about their very specific fields, who are experts in agriculture, in humanities, in life sciences, and can make those connections so that we can use these technical skills, these digital tools that we have, to explore their fields more widely and in new ways. And really importantly, we need humans who have got solid coding knowledge, who really understand what's going on under the hood of all these exciting tools that we have, that enables them to effectively interrogate them and to look into the software, into the algorithms, into any automated decision making, and ask it really carefully, is this tech fair? Is it trustworthy? Is this making the world better for everybody? That's a really important thing. Humans are just as important as they ever were. And it's more than just that. Again, last year we completed some research with the Durham University Evidence Centre for Education. They looked at the impact that Code Club has on the creators who attend. As you all will know, and as I think I'm very pleased it is very clear, kids who come to Code Club learn about coding. They are better coders. They understand what's going on. That's really clear. But we also found that not only about coding, they increased their own confidence. They were confident in their ability to learn new things, which is obviously a key mindset they're going to need to embrace new technologies as time goes on. But the research also provided us with evidence that young people in code clubs feel an increased sense of belonging. They're part of a community, and they can see that community of people who share their interests, who share their passions, and who use technology for things every day. We also found that Code Club creators develop and can recognize their own skills in communicating with others, other humans, this is, whether this be articulating their sometimes quite complex questions. If anybody has ever met with a kid who's halfway through a Python project and needs to tell you exactly why they think it isn't working, that's quite a complex set of things to describe. And the kids who come to Code Club get good at that and know that they can do that. They know that they're good at communicating with the people around them, working together to create things that they're proud of. And they know that they can present their work to other people, which is a massive, massive skill. Again, I can see some nodding, because actually, if you have been in a co-club, I think that's quite obvious. It's something that we intrinsically understand. The key the key aspect of co-club, why it makes it so great, is the humans. At co-club, young people develop friendships. They develop effective working relationships at quite a young age with other people, some of whom they wouldn't have come into contact with otherwise. And for some, this is the first time they've met people who they would feel as kind of their tribe. At co-club, young people solve problems together, and they discover the power of working as a team with people with lots of different ideas and thoughts and helping each other out. The sense of purpose for working, when you're working on a problem that you have decided to work on, not you've been told you've got to do, but you as a team have decided you're going to work on and all helping, is immense. And it can be much easier for young people to discover the power of a diverse team and develop those skills to harness that in that situation. And also at co-club, creators meet and connect with trusted adults, new adults who encourage them, who inspire them, and in many situations are learning alongside them. They discover that as a community, we're always learning and we can do that together, that we don't already have all the answers, but together we can find some. And that's really where you folk come into play. You know, that is a really key part of co-club and something that our creators feel and value very much. But most importantly at co-club, we have fun together. We're all motivated by fun, and co-clubs really, really are fun. So that is the real power of co-club as far as I'm concerned, humans. And this weekend, we gather together some of the humans who make that happen. We will be doing some program, we'll be guided through some new things by experts in their field. Some of those work for the Raspberry Pi Foundation. A lot of them are in this room and have come to share the skills that they have developed in their own working life with the rest of us. We will learn how to facilitate learning from educators who have many years of experience of making an impact with young people. They have real skill set that they are kind enough to share with us. We will explore ways to make coding and co-clubs accessible to everyone, no matter what individual challenges they may be facing, with code club leaders who run thriving and inclusive clubs. And we'll talk to people from all over the world who share our passion for supporting young people. I realised that's up there. I had pretty pictures and I forgot about them, sorry. Spot yourself, or you're the kids in your club. It might be a kind of, well, it's not raining now. It was raining earlier. It was a sort of, it's Cambridge weather. It feels very Cambridgey today. We might be here in Cambridge, the home of the Raspberry Pi Foundation and co-club, but co-clubs are all over the world. I love this map. There's a lot of them, and they are everywhere. And I'm really grateful to those of you who have come a short distance, a long distance, who have made the time and made the journey to come and join us this weekend. So, how can you get the most out of this weekend? Well, embrace the opportunity to discover the fellow humans around you. Introduce yourself, ask questions, share your experiences, ask questions of our speakers and our facilitators, ask questions to the person standing next to you getting coffee. Not all of us are social butterflies, and there's plenty of space in this building to have some time out, a bit of reflection, a bit of time to yourself. That's fine, we all need that at some point. But enjoy our community, enjoy our shared enthusiasm and optimism and the joy of learning together and having fun together, because that is what co-club is all about. As you go through the weekend, you are going to have some big thoughts and big questions. And at that point, you'll probably go, oh yeah, no, probably. But they are big thoughts and big questions. And I can assure you that there'll be other people who are thinking them too. And they'll be relevant and they'll open up thoughts to everybody else. So please share them. We'll be in this room again on Sunday for a panel session where we'll have the chance to talk together about the thoughts that we've had. And you can contribute that by, let me find out where it is. No, there we go. Adding your thoughts and your questions to a quick little form. So when you have a thought and you think, oh, I'd love to know what other people think about this, or this is something that I find challenging, please add a question to here, and then together we can discuss some of these things later on. There's also, through this QR code, the opportunity to give us some feedback about the event. Please do so. That's really helpful. It makes us make the next one even better. And if you have any questions about any of that, please just find some member of staff somewhere who will be able to answer all your questions. But the key to this weekend is about sharing. So we're going to start now. I'm going to give you a couple of minutes to turn to the person next to you, or if you're sitting next to your best friend who you brought with you, talk to somebody else. And if there's somebody who's not talking to somebody, 3 of you can talk together. Introduce yourself, move if there's a gap, you can do that too. We're not at school, you don't have to stay seated. Introduce yourself, where are you from? One thing about your club, or the club you're hoping to run. I will give you 3 minutes, off you go. Okay, I'm going to have to stop you. I'm going to have to do my teacher voice. Has everybody finished talking? Oh, well done. Such good participants. It's interesting, like it's a standard thing. You want to give people the opportunity to talk. And when you do something like this, you look around the room and you go, who isn't managing to find someone to talk to? Where is the gap? Where's the person who could do? There's nobody. I was like, who should I go and talk to? No, you've all got this covered. I've never seen so many people looking quite so like they could carry on talking all day. It's great. Everyone has one more friend than they did before. Please use that new contact. Introduce them to somebody else. When you're talking to someone later on and you think, that's a bit like, please make that connection. Let's help. It's always difficult in this room. You can never find the person you're speaking to, but please do. Let's try and connect as many people as possible. Let's make the opportunity to share the knowledge that we have, the skills that we have, that you all have generously brought with you. Let's make the most of the humans of Code Club, who make it much more about just learning coding. It can be so much more. So with no more ado, let's start the day. If you don't know where you're going, you've got a little bit of time to work it out. You have your schedule. There are lots of people here desperate to help you and show you where to go. This is what desperate people look like. They would be overjoyed to help you on your way. I think there might be more coffee, but there's water if you would like it. Grab your fresh refreshments and have an absolutely wonderful day.
is Phil Willis, and he will talk to us about care and feeding of the Ipswich Makerspace Code Club. Thank you so much.
Yeah, hang on. Yeah. Awesome. All right. Hello. I'm Phil Willis, as mentioned, and this is the care and feeding of Ipswich Makerspace Code Club. So I'm Phil Willis. I graduated in electronics and computing back when people thought Pascal was an upcoming language. More importantly, I'm a mentor at our Code Club and a STEM ambassador. So, who's Ipswich Makerspace? We're founded by a group of like-minded individuals in deepest, darkest Suffolk. So if you head east from here, and if you get your feet wet, you've gone too far, and we're only about an hour's drive along the A14. Previously, the Makerspace met once a week in various places like pubs and church halls. And then finally, in 2014, they got their own premises. Much of the time, we were working on projects, particularly things like Pie Wars. As you see, 2014, we won the under £75 category in the opening event. We continued, and I personally continued taking part until 2018, when I became the head judge, taking over from Dr. Lucy Rogers. So, Coder Dojo, the before times. So, as I mentioned earlier, I'm a STEM ambassador, and this is my record of mentoring at our Coder Dojo event on second Sunday of September 2018, and number of participants was 9 students, and that time they were called ninjas, I think. So yeah, so this came on the back of a couple of successful Raspberry Jams that we'd put on at the Makerspace, and then some chap said, well, why don't we run a Coder Dojo? And I kind of said, what's a Coder Dojo? He was keen to set this thing up, and as I say, he took his 2 children along. I took my own youngest along, and of those 9, 3 were actually related. We had one other mentor at the time, and we had a couple of Pi 3s, I think, and we'd scrounged some keyboards, a couple of VGA monitors, so we needed those little adapter things that you plug into the HDMI port to give yourself VGA. And yeah, so off we went. So our first session, we had a wiki article that was on our website, and it looked something like this. I won't read it on, but read it word for word. But basically, Keith said we had a great time. It was all good. People want to come and do it again. And we put on our website some resources. We also had the sushi cards, if you remember those. Yeah. So we had those and had a big folder full of these sushi cards that kids could use. I still quite like the idea of printed resources for kids, especially younger ones. And we have some 6-year-olds at our co-club. And they find it a lot easier. Rather than switching tabs, they can remain in Scratch, for example, or in Thonny, and then just refer to a sheet or two. So we've got some laminated sheets that we created for them. And so we did another one. 2018, 14th of October, and that's our previous results. 2 hours in the morning, 2 hours in the afternoon, second Sunday of the month. So we had a load of second-hand monitors, a few Pis. They were all Pi 3s, I think, either 3Bs or 3B pluses. Obviously, keyboards, mice, monitors, the adapters, the whole shooting match, and we used to take that on the road occasionally. This is at Ipswich Museum. They wanted to do an outreach thing, and this is our setup. As you can see, it ends up being a bit of a spaghetti with all those wires and the like, and boxes at the back, I've just realised, is what we carted everything in. More of plastic boxes later. So, yeah. So that's the Coder Dojo on the road, and we thought, oh, this is fantastic. This is going really well. So we did some more. Progressing, so 3Bs, some Pytop seeds, if you remember those, and some electronic stuff, making traffic lights on Pis and the like. My youngest, who is now 19, going on 20, became a Pi Top ambassador. So we got a donation of 4 Pi Top seeds, which proved to be extremely helpful because less wires. So, Sunday, 8th of March 2020, 2 regular sessions. Everything's working wonderfully. Doing Scratch, and I think at the time it was Scratch 2, doing some electronics, doing some robotics, making LEDs flash. Keith, we had a laser cutter at the Makerspace, and Keith had cut out some mounting plates, so you could put a Pi on one side with little standoffs, and then you had a breadboard on the other side, and you could, do some electronics. And we thought, oh, we might be able to sell a few of these, get a little bit of cash. Now, if you notice the date, you'll know that on the 16th of March 2020, we went into lockdown. Oh, dang it. So, yes, that wasn't so good. And it kind of put our Coder Dojo into hibernation, as it were. During that time, actually, the Makerspace did some really cool things. They created some face shields for local health workers, which was really cool because we had laser cutters and stuff. Come on. So we had to go online, really, is what it amounted to. I did a few online mentoring sessions, local girl guides, which my daughter was a member. They went online, and I said that I'd do a quick Scratch course. I think we created this little catch the right apple, catch green and ignore the reds, or something like that. And I think we took 3 hours over it, which wasn't too bad, but your average guide meeting is only 2 hours long. So we overran a little bit, but the kids enjoyed it. So that's really good. So restarting. 2020 came and went, 2021 came and went, and yeah, we weren't being particularly energized to get things moving again. It did take quite a lot. 2023 was the Code Club conference, in which Coder Dojos were dropped, and it now all became Code Club. But I think it was the 2023 conference that actually kicked us enough to actually start up again. So Tim, who's here somewhere, ex-captain of industry from, I don't know where, IBM, I think. Myself, who retired shortly after. So we kicked it off again. Janet, my partner, myself and Tim, we decided that we'd give it a go, taking over from Keith. So, June 2023, I think, is the actual date when we restarted. I've got it in my notes here. Yeah, we've done special events, we've done Pie Wars, but we hadn't actually put on a Code Club as such. This is the Makerspace for our original setup. You'll notice the spaghetti hasn't gone away, pie trees haven't gone away. I do know there's a pico down here, which we probably got from the conference, the 2023 conference. But as you can see, yeah, the spaghetti really hasn't gone away. And the real problem was all those Pi 3s and 3B pluses, they're too slow for running your modern softwares. And, you know, you can forget about AI. Scratch 3 doesn't really run on them. So we had to do something else, to be honest with you. Tim, getting all these contacts in, ex-IBM fellows and the like, managed to come up with a few laptops for us. Now, these are old laptops. They are Windows 7, probably even Vista, some of them. And we put Linux Mint on them to renovate them, as it were. We did a few special events, if you like. This is, I think it's Tim's niece. That's Tim over there in the red. I think it's Tim's niece. She's a professional percussionist and DJ, and she has like a makey board on steroids. It's a MIDI, outputs MIDI for given inputs, and she's like got it hooked up to her computers, and the fruit are all connected up to capacitive sensors. So the kids were like banging fruit and making a mess with the watermelons and the like, and loving every minute of it. So definitely a good session that kind of got us rolling. Now, there's a link at the end to her YouTube channel. So these are new to us laptops. So excellent for Scratch, excellent for running Thonny, so we can plug in Picos. Also excellent for obviously programming microbits. Yeah, so our Pi 3s just weren't up to it anymore. So we were very lucky. We got a donation of 6 crumbles, which was fantastic. And the kids had a whale of a time programming them to, first of all, do some line following, and then to do a competition where the idea was you would run at a particular speed to a wall, and you had to stop them the closest to the wall you got without hitting the wall was the winner, basically. And they thoroughly enjoyed that. That was an excellent event. So we'll bring out the crumbles at some point again. But music, you can see up the top there, there's some keyboards and stuff. And we've got a couple of mentors that do a lot with music, computer-generated audio and stuff. Pimaroni donated a bunch of V1 microbits. So we've got more V1 microbits than we can shake a stick at. And we will be this year again decorating a Christmas tree with lots of V1 microbits. So, one step forward. So, in October 2024, we lost the lease on our building. The Makerspace is now virtual, unfortunately, and we had to find a new home. We, the Co-Club. So, over the previous summer, Suffolk County Council, along with the libraries, Suffolk Libraries, ran a set of events at local libraries in Suffolk, and they called out for people to run these events. So anything from poetry reading to art, and I said I'd quite like to run a co-club, if you like. So we did a few libraries. What was it? Gainsborough, Sudbury, or Great Cornard, and a couple of others, Bury as well, yeah. So we did those, and they are primarily for kids who are on free school meals, but others can attend. This year they charged for them, but other than that, yeah. So Gainsborough Library isn't in exactly the most affluent part of Ipswich, to be fair. So they've got a real sense of community, a real, yeah, just really nice people. So I asked them very kindly if we could have a room. They said yes. So every first Sunday of the month, not tomorrow, but usually first Sunday of the month, we meet there for a couple of hours on Sunday afternoon, and we have a great time. We've got 16 tickets available normally, and we normally, I guess we kind of average 14 kids. Many of them these days bring their own laptop, which is fantastic, because I must admit some of our laptops are showing their age. But otherwise, it's all worked really well. And in case you're worried, we are now meeting on the 9th, not tomorrow. So they will get their monthly dose of computers and coding. Right, so quick word about STEM ambassadors. I'm a STEM ambassador. I thoroughly recommend it. Anybody who's not actually working in education, if you want to run a co-club, then ideally you should have DBS checks. STEM ambassadorship is a way to get your DBS check as a volunteer. A couple of us work in education as we're exam invigilators these days. But other than that, if you're a STEM ambassador, you can get a volunteer DBS check, and working with kids and safeguarding is very important. So thoroughly recommend, check out STEM ambassadors, Google for STEM ambassadors, and you get to do some fairly weird and wacky things. Only in Suffolk, I reckon. Take your tractor to school day. This was a STEM ambassador thing going on. Basically, farmers took their tractors into playgrounds, which is very cool, and allowed the kids to sort of scramble over them. They did one with fire engines, but I think the tractors were more appealing to Suffolk kids. But But yeah, so you do get to do some quite novel things. Normally it's kind of career progression, career days and the like, but this kind of stuck out because it's just so weird. You know, thousands of tractors coming into local primary schools. Okay, so how are we doing for time? Oh, plenty. Okay, so we meet on the first Sunday of the month, as I said, not tomorrow, but we will be doing the week after. Once again, library being superb. Can we meet 1 week later? Yeah, no problem, they say. We've had, yeah, I suspect about half the attendees bring their own laptops these days. Some of the parents bring a laptop as well to code along. But yeah, it's worked out fantastically. Yeah, so not all our current laptops are in use. We've got donated robot chassis, bunch of V1s, and now thanks to the foundation, we've got some V2s as well, microbits. We've got things called kitten bots, which are like a microbit, but they've got an OLED screen on them, so that gives a slightly more advanced system for kids to play with. Picos, a gazillion electronic components I've got written down here. We are really lucky. Pimoroni and Rapid Electronics gave us a whole bunch of electronic components that they couldn't sell or they weren't particularly, you know, current, like version 1 microbits. So begging letters to Pimoroni might get you somewhere if they've got some stuff left. We happened to be in Sheffield. In fact, we were in Derby for a maker event, same as one was last week. But prior to that, last year, I contacted Pimoroni and said, "Can we come have a factory tour, please?" Because they've got these big pick and place machines, which are very cool. And they said, "Yeah, of course you can." So we came up there, and they wouldn't let us leave unless we'd stuffed our pockets with version 1 microbits. They had a whole bunch of components and the like, which they're no longer able to sell. There were a couple of things which were like customer returns or whatever that they couldn't sell again. So yeah, so we got a load there. Rapid Electronics, we got a load of stuff from, because basically one of the Makerspace members works on that Rapid Electronics, and they had the same thing. Project kits that were half completed, you know, or bits missing, they gave us those. So that's brilliant. So we now have loads of LEDs. I think all we've had to purchase, and we've done that through our own funding, really, out of our own pockets, a few breadboards and a few Picos. And it's worked really well. So yes, we've got space in our new home for about 16 students with their parents, and volunteers and mentors. We've had attendees take part in the Young Coders competition, which is quite cool. It works well for us because it's over quite a long period. It's basically over 2 school terms, and because we only meet monthly at the moment, they get a chance to work on it, and with Scratch they can go on, do stuff at home or whatever. So that works very well. And then when they come back into Code Club, they can continue working. I think we've got 7 to 13-year-olds at last count. I think we've got one really bright 6-year-old who is scarily bright. Most do Scratch programming. Some have already done Scratch programming at school, particularly like, I don't know, year 6s, I think, that do Scratch. And they come with some knowledge. As I say, Crumbles, the robotic stuff, they really enjoyed. We will have to do another Crumble session. For programming Picos, we use Thonny, and that's slightly older age group, but some of the young kids are definitely keen to get into it as well. I would say my pet bugbear, and I'll put this on the feedback, is having to program them as dead insects with their legs in the air. So we much prefer to use breadboards. So I've done scripting diagrams of the Raspberry Pi projects, but as scripting diagrams so they can use the breadboard as well. Because after a while, you basically run out of pins. Yeah, and then obviously make code on the microbits. So yeah, so this now we've got our mobile code club down to a few boxes, which currently normally live in my conservatory, or the most of them do. We've got another one, Tim, I think, carts some stuff around, and another mentor, Jason, he brings his useful stuff that he's got to do. Okay, and then some thank yous. Mentors, Tim, Jason, Steve, and Rachel. Ipswich Makerspace, who are currently only virtual, which is unfortunate. DJ Lindsay, that's her YouTube. If you go on there, there's some like nightclubbing stuff, but there's also the playing with fruit and flowers on this MIDI system. STEM ambassadors, can't recommend them enough. Pi Wars for basically giving us some inspiration. PyTop for giving us a bunch of PyTop seeds and making my daughter an ambassador. Obviously, Raspberry Pi Foundation, thank you very much. Pimoroni, Rapid Electronics, and all the other people that gave us hardware. My email and my guitar. So, thank you very much. Any questions? Any questions?
We might put the questions together, just because for timing. So
Yeah,
we'll have
no, that's fine.
We'll have Pete set up and stick to the schedule. But definitely be in touch, think about it, and we'll see if Pete gets us to
Cool.
5 minutes early or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
We can do a round of chats. We'll be talking about lessons from resourceful co-clubs in India.
Yeah, well, when I can, let me figure out this. That was good. Hello. That's great. It's very bright. I can't see you very well. I think that's a good thing. Hello. So I'm Pete, and I work at the foundation. I am a member of the Code Club projects team. So we are the team that put together these on the Code Club project site, and I've been at the foundation for 3.5 years, and we have a global audience, and therefore I jumped at the opportunity to go and visit a whole bunch of code clubs. So I went to all sorts of places, didn't I, Liam? I went to the code club in Leeds Central Library, for example, one in Hare Hills in Leeds. I nearly went to Selby to go visit John's, but couldn't. So anyway, they sent me to India this year, and so that was really kind of like a proper global opportunity. And I'm going to focus this talk on 3 things that I kind of learned. So this is kind of I've kind of termed this lessons from India, right? So there's 3 things I basically learned, which is what engages creators, the kind of resourcefulness that a lot of the clubs use that I noticed, and opportunities. So I can say India. Now the problem is, right? So I did visit India, but did I? Right? So India is big. It's big, right? So there's And it's far too diverse for me to generalize into I visited India and therefore, right? That's not going to happen. I can't say that in this talk. But I did visit a few states and I had some truly unforgettable experiences. So I visited 3 types of setting. So the first one was ATLs, which are Tinker Labs, Makerspaces. Now they're set up in schools, right? So these are government-funded Makerspaces. And you should see the kit list that they get, right? So they are funded and they get a kit list and they have to buy it off a reseller. And they include things like 3D printers and hammers and saws and workbenches and massive amounts of RGB LEDs and Arduinos and Picos and all that, well, Raspberry Pis and all this sort of stuff. So they're very, very well resourced. They're great, they're brilliant resourced. The first one I visited, everything was in drawers in the corner of the room. No one had actually taken anything out. And when the 3D printer that was on the desk, when I went round and I spoke to the people, to the kids, I was like, oh, cool, what's this do? They're like, I don't know. So some of them haven't been activated yet. So we have a team in India who are actively going around activating these ATLs. So that's part of their role, is to go around and visit the ATLs and kind of get them going. So they are encouraging the school leaders to employ somebody to go and actually use this kit. Okay, so the next type of setting that I visited was community clubs, community code clubs. So this one, which is hopefully on the screen behind me now, the club leader there conducted sessions every 2 days, including Saturdays, and he ran 14 sessions a day with an average attendance of 17 people in each session. The participants traveled from within a 400-meter radius. So that gives you a little bit of the idea of the scale of that particular code club. This is a room in a community space that this person converted into a code club space. And the room behind Ben's head, who's Ben? So Ben's the guy with the glasses just there. So that room there was dedicated to women within Bubashwena to show them how to develop desktop publishing skills, because Bubashwena, which is in the north east of the country, is a massive publishing town. So so the person there was developing digital skills, but also, as you can see with the kids in the top right photo, doing kind of coding scratch type projects with young children. The final setting type was the student-led code clubs in schools. Now, in all of these settings, you can see the kind of the resources that the schools and the children had to deal with. But in all of these settings, I expected to find beginners. But as one person explained to me, India is not for beginners. Yeah. So this scared the bejesus out of me when I saw this in a code club. So live relays on the wall above a bunch of switches. India is not for beginners. So I went around and I met loads of creators, okay, and they were like every other kid, every other child, in terms of their passion and enthusiasm for things, right? So what were the things that enthused these kids? So shocker, they like cricket. India kids like cricket. Well, shock. However, what we also found out was there's no cricket sprite in Scratch. So when I got back, I made a cricket project in Scratch, so the kids could actually build a cricket game in Scratch, because there's loads of football and basketball. There's no cricket. So now there is. We've got a project on the project site. They like kabaddi. Kabaddi is the second most popular sport in India. And for anyone who's kind of remembers the Channel 4 program that was on in kind of like the 1980s, 90s, when they showed kind of kabaddi live on TV, that was kind of really popular then. It was same sort of times they were doing like Italian football. But kabaddi was a big sport for us kind of to be shown then. But it's made a comeback now. It's a traditional sport, and it made a comeback, and it's overtaken hockey, which is not a traditional local sport, but this is. So this is now a very, very popular. So we made a kabaddi project, and so we've got a project on the project site now to serve that need and to meet the engagement needs of those children. Carom is a massive game. Has anyone ever heard of Carom? Because I hadn't when I first saw it. So basically, it's like kind of it's basically you with your fingers you sort of knock tokens around, and they bash into walls, and you've got to get them in certain places into the pockets. And there's rules. So there's an algorithm somewhere there, but there's also physics. So we tried to make a Carom game, but there was physics. So we're still working on the physics for the Carom game, because it's okay, but it's not exactly realistic. And what we want is a realistic opportunity, ish experience. I mean, as much as you can get a kind of abstraction of a sport, that's where we're at. Anyway, so bangles kids love bangles and bracelets and beads. So this little piece of string essentially was, so I was talking to a group of kids and one of them ran off and then came back with this and gave me it, and so I've kept it on my watch forever, and she was absolutely beautiful. So so I've made a friendship bracelet project as well. So this is a current one that I'm working on right now. So we started off, I've prototyped it as a friendship friend frame. So the idea is that you can touch the frame with a touch capacitive sensor, and it sends a notification to Internet of Things, to a notification server, which could be local or remote hosted. And then that says my name, and then there's lots of other friend frames polling, watching for my name. And when my name is polled and you're set to receive it, then my picture frame glows in your house. Do you know what I mean? So that's what I said. Or I could say, I'm thinking of you, Divya. So I tap my photo of Divya, and then in Divya's house, her photo of me glows in the background. So it's a way of children keeping remotely engaged with each other or their friends or their family or whatever. But what I really want to do is slim it down to a bracelet sort of setting, because they've got the 3D printer, right? So we can make use of that. So we want to create a little friendship watch. So that was an idea. So that's engagement. So next I want to talk about resourcefulness, because there were lots and lots of opportunities for me to see resourcefulness in action, right? So I was going to call this resources because there was such a lack of them, but then I decided to call this resourcefulness because that's one of the main takeaways I took from my visit was just how resourceful co-clubs and creators and mentors are. So there was frequent power cuts, and there were lots of shared resources just like this. So we've developed PDFs of the projects, so and ones that aren't just auto-generated that sort of take up about 15,000 pages if you print them, if you've seen that. So we've slimmed that down somewhat. So we've now gone and done that, so that then creators can have printouts rather than flicking between windows on screens, and they can have them printed out. It was one thing, I mean, when we had little discussions with lots of the creators and the mentors, everybody was going to, please can we have PDFs, please can we have PDFs, please can we have printouts. So we knew that we were working towards it, but it was just a validation of what we were working on. So we've done that. And also low resource, unplugged games and activities as well. So unplugged was a huge thing we were talking about with lots of school leaders about, we haven't got lots of resources, what can we do? So we were talking about unplugged activities. So we had some unplugged activities on the Code Club site as it was. We've developed some more now, and there's 3 workshops this weekend that myself and my colleague are running where you can come and experience some of those unplugged resources and have a look. They're the ones that we're doing, some of them are a bit more print heavy, excuse me, but we do have some low resource unplugged activities for settings without access to huge amounts of resources. And then obviously we thought about lower levels of English proficiency. So we're on this journey towards this visual first approach. So we've been talking about this for a while as well. And this really came up after my visit too, about how could we better support learners with lower level literacies or that just prefer to work in that way, or lower level English proficiency. And then we produced these visual first. So this is Pico Says Hello. This is Space Talk, but in a PDF format that is just literally very, very few words, lots of images, a visual guide. We had this thought, could we do it like an IKEA manual, like without words? But IKEA manuals, I mean, I love them, but I'm not 9 years old, sort of, right? So could we go further? And the answer to that question is yes, we can, because we thought we won't do IKEA manuals, but we can do comic books because kids love comic books. So we did a kind of comic book style. So this is a sneak preview of Space Talk, which is coming out in comic book format. So there are no words in this, nothing. So we're using iconography. We're trying to visually represent some of the instructions that we want kids to follow when they're developing the projects. So resourcefulness, and hopefully we learned some stuff about the resourcefulness that I saw there, and we're putting some of that into practice. Finally, some opportunities. Now, we're going to go deep here, people. All right, so strap in. We're going to go deep. I'm going to go a little bit deeper than just kind of the surface level. The kind of stuff I've said, you're probably thinking, I kind of figured this out, like I knew this. I'm hoping this might be a little bit more, cognitively developing. But stereotypically, for a talk like this, I'm going to refer to a powerful message. In fact, I'm going to read it. So it says, India was once called a nation of call centers, and it sounded like an insult. But quietly, it trained millions of young Indians to speak fluent English and dream beyond their hometowns. This was phase one. Then we became the IT back office of the world, and it created a generation of engineers who could write code, manage complex systems, and deliver at global scale. That was phase two. Today, we're in phase three. Indian startups are solving for India, and it looks chaotic from the outside. There are signs of a country solving its own problems first before solving the world's. Sure, we could go more deep tech, and we will, I think, but first we need more patient capital, more research-led universities, and more talent density. Deep tech ecosystems can't be built in a hackathon. It will be built by 1 million engineers who get obsessed in solving 1 billion daily problems. So when I first read this, I thought of the young people I met in Indian code clubs, because they're already living that phase three story. I met so many kids who had followed the classic design thinking sort of strategies and found problems to solve. In classic terms, they were able to clearly articulate a problem statement. The passion that they showed for their projects, their solutions to the problems, it was palpable. They were agents for change. Now, this absolutely contrasts with the sort of problems that many of us are used to. Unfortunately, generations of kids and educators have been given problems like this. Problems that, frankly, nobody cares about. Problems that don't even exist in my world. The human body is not designed to ski. Problems that certainly don't exist in their world. I spoke to a sociology professor when I was there, and he said, you might be smart or talented, but in a country of 1.5 billion, you've also got to work harder than everybody else. So there's a drive to instill a sense that my effort can make a difference. Young people can be agents for change. So when I traveled around these different settings, I saw children weren't just coding, they were identifying real local problems. They were iterating and testing their problems and their solutions. They were being exposed to problem-finding strategies that made their work meaningful. I expected to find beginners. What I found were experts in resilience, problem-solving, and collaboration. I learned that resource constraints can drive creativity. So, for example, here, this young person has developed a blood type match device. And at the back of it is just the cabling. So there's no microcontroller in there. It's just electronics. I learned that exposure to problem finding creates ownership. So here's 3 problem statements that I was told. The first one is this one. So this is a young person who told me that they'd seen people die on the railways. So they wanted to develop a train barrier system. So this is a prototype of that. And the train barrier is on the right-hand side, and you can sort of see the little motion sensor, the distance sensor, sorry, just in front of the train engine there. This is a road control device. So this has sensors which sense when a car is coming and warns the car coming the other way, because this young person had experienced people dying on the roads, which I was very surprised I didn't experience when I was in India, because India is not for beginners, not on the roads especially. And this one is a forest fire fighter, because this kid had experienced forest fire. So they wanted to develop a system which drew water from a local river and diverted it to where forest fires could be through the use of smoke sensors. And they had an incense stick which they lit up and showed me it working. So it's a fully working prototype. Amazing. The story here was that crops can be diseased, and identifying diseased crops quickly helps to stop the disease spreading. So this is a machine learning project that uses Dale's machine learning for Scratch system. Dale's somewhere in the building today, Dale Lane, who developed machine learning for Scratch. So I messaged Dale and said, check this out. It's like, it's happening in Go Clubs in India. And he was like, this is cool, right? Because his work is happening, you know, in a country of 1.5 billion children. It's amazing. This is a home automation system, because the point of this, none of this is constrained to the Indian context. So some of this we can do ourselves, right? So home automation, this was cool. So this was 3 fingers, 2 fingers, 1 finger, and depending on what you did, the system recognized what you were doing and then turned something on. So I could, you know, turn on my air conditioning if I did this in front of a camera in the house. So I didn't have to say anything to, you know, a device. I just had to. So does it solve a problem? Of course it does, you know. Tech for the visually impaired. This was great. This was, I mean, I think it might annoy the visually impaired a little bit in some ways. You know, it is a solution. I'm not knocking this. I'm not knocking the effort here, but there's a loud buzzer which you can't hear. So you put that on and you and you get towards something, and you know that when you're about to hit something. But so there's an iteration required for this particular solution. But what a fantastic solution it was. And then don't forget the just cause, right? So ATLs provide embroidery kits. They provide, as I've said, saws, hammers, 3D printers, all this sort of stuff. And developing general maker skills, I think this is the reason, is because it just develops an all-round engineering approach. But doing something just cause can drive engagement, just because you want to do it, just why not, right? So for example, why not dress me up in front of a green screen wearing and I had no idea what was going on. I was just told to roar at the camera, so I did, and this was the result, which is ridiculous. Does this solve a problem? No. Does it? But does it though? Because look, I mean, just look. So that solves a problem, right? It's just cause is fine, right? It's absolutely fine. It's joyous. We drove past the National Fisheries Development Board outside Hyderabad, and our hosts confirmed that this was, and I quote, there was absolutely zero functional reason for this design. Indeed, they went on to say that it was functionally inhibiting. Of course, I fell in love with it as a result. And then, of course, it also then drove me down this ridiculous love of mimetic architecture. And I kind of got immersed in this and lost the way a little bit, and kind of went on a little bit of a kind of weird road. And obviously, as it will always do, it always comes back to fish. Okay, sorry about that. Let's have a think about this one again. A country quietly solving its own problems first. So here is, oh, no, that didn't work. Unfortunately, what I didn't realize wasn't going to happen was that, oh, there we go. I can see that. Why can't you see that? That's a shame. So there's a video here which isn't playing. There's a video here which is playing. of a peanut shelling machine. That's what this is. So this is a young boy called, I think he was called Ganesh. And he was about 13, 14, I'd guess. Yeah, and he wanted to be an entrepreneur. That was his goal in life. And he was at an ATL with a mentor who was incredible. And the principal of the school told me that the kids, and there were about 12 of them in the ATL, in the Co-Club. And the kids came to school for the Co-Club and they stayed for the lessons. So Ganesh wanted to explore this engineering kind of maker world, and he was sure he was going to be able to sell this to a multinational. And I'm sure he will, if not something else. He was genuinely awesome. So my challenge to you is help young people solve the problems that matter to them first. But don't forget the just cause. And I'll just leave you with one final little quote that I found on a wall in a school in India. And thank you very much for listening.
Thank you for sharing. Amazing. All right. We do have a couple minutes. So if anyone has questions, wants to hear more, wants to share their own thoughts, either on what Pete discussed or what Phil shared with us, feel free. I'm opening it up to the room for another couple minutes. We'll hand out the microphone. I mean, it's not needed in this room, but
Yes.
for the millions listening in.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, Pete, so thank you so much for sharing. I'm super impressed what the kids make, and also how they can find and articulate what the problems are and then solve them. I was curious, so now you went to India, so what's next? Are you planning to go to any other country that doesn't really have, well, we didn't really know too much about India. We didn't have too many projects like cricket, so what's next? Yeah.
Right, exactly. Yeah. So while I was there, I had one of our directors with us, and he told me that it was absolutely the right thing for us as a foundation to go and visit more of our communities. You know, we only really learn when you go and you experience it. As I said, I didn't go to India, right? I went to a couple of places and a couple of settings within those. So the vastness of the diversity in India is beyond my imagination at this point, but I did see some stuff, so it's better than not seeing some stuff. We do have some of the team in India visit the UK, so they come to see us as well, and we have teams from other countries, South Africa, Kenya, come to the UK and interact with us as well, so that's very helpful. However, it's not as good as going. Is Bruce here? Yeah, Bruce is from Aruba. So that's on my bucket list, but I'm not sure it's one of the needs areas just at the moment. But South Africa, I'd love to go to South Africa, Kenya. That'd be fantastic. Japan, I'd love to go to Japan. Obviously, the Coda Dojo community in Japan is strong with this. We'd love to go see that and see what they're doing there, because I can just imagine. I've had friends go to Japan and I've heard it's amazing, and I just love to see the chaos and the kind of creativity and the creative chaos that's in Japan. I've been invited to the Netherlands. You're going to fund me to go to the Netherlands, aren't you? I think we talked about that yesterday, right? Yes, good. So that's happening. And I think we can both go, which is great, right? So, yeah, so Netherlands maybe as well. Same reason, big community there, Netherlands and Belgium. Yeah, so Netherlands and Belgium. Yeah, so I think, am I right in calling it the Lowlands? Is that right? No, Lowlands? Is that? Yeah. So, yeah. So the Low Countries. So that region. Right. So to answer your question, yes, I mean, I'd love to go. Plans, don't know. I applied for this trip, so I had to give an application, what I wanted to see, what I wanted to achieve, what we do as a result. If something comes up like that again, I'm absolutely, ready for me and ChatGPT to put that application together again. But yeah, it was a phenomenal opportunity, and I'd love to see more. Rachel's in, so just saying, Rachel. Just bear that in mind. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Wonderful.
Thanks for the question. Thank you.
You come to Ipswich if you want.
Yeah, well, I've been to Leeds, you know, to see culture. I've seen culture. I've been to Leeds.
Other curiosity? Perfect. In that case, we'll open the door. You have a couple minutes, 10 minutes or so until the next session, and we'll get set up here. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. It's lovely to have you here. We are messing about with the microphones a bit because there's also a live stream going on, so it's not just for the sake of everyone in the room. Just announcing that. I give you Claire Griffith, who will have a demonstration for us for using stop and start buttons to control actions in Scratch, and I'll hand over to her. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, yeah, if you want a proper computer on your knee, you can do. So I'm just doing a really simple demonstration here of how to use stop and start buttons in Scratch to control actions. I'm pitching it quite low, so I've used this with kids who, in Scotland, would be like P3, P4, so what, 7, 8, 9 up. So this is not a complicated thing that you can add. And also I'll show how you can go into things you've already created and then make it work with the stop and start button as well. So when you're using stop and start buttons like this one here, so when the sprite is clicked, it's broadcasting a message, yeah, to start something. So this is what it will look like. I'll show you how we got to this, but this is what it will look like in the end. So you have a start button, a stop button, then you've got an action that both of these sprites do, and they only start moving when the start button, they receive the message from the start button. Okay, so that's basically it. So this is the simplest example of this. All right. So if I just go to and then the other one for the stop button, so that's the start button there. So what you've done is you've gone into the sprites and you've chosen a button. So you search for a button, and then on the button itself, you'll see a thing where you can add a message, because there's no message to start with, it just says new message. And then you can write in start. It's a good habit with the kids to say either write in lowercase or write in capitals, rather than confuse the two. Because if you start changing things after the fact, and then you don't go and change it on some of the sprites, they'll not get the message because it won't understand the difference between starting lowercase and starting capitals. When it broadcasts the message, it broadcasts it as either capitals or not, depends what you've written, yeah. And if there's a difference between what the button broadcasts and what the sprite is listening for, spelling or anything, then it won't work. So I would probably just say capital letters. All right, and so that's how you would do the start button. And then I'll just quickly show you this, and then I'll show you an actual one that's on Scratch. So designing a stop button. So similar thing, when sprite is clicked, so you've gone and you found a button, and then you've gone in and you've gone into text, and then you've typed on the top of it. I'll show you that in a second. This one, what I've done is I've gone into where it says fill, so it comes with default green, and I've made it a bit darker, so there's more contrast between the text on top and the background button. So you don't have to stick with the color that the button is. I think the rounded one comes with 2 colors, and I think this might come with 2 colors, but you can change it. So if you want the lettering to be one thing, you know, theoretically, you know, the red-green issue, that's something you could also talk about with respect to contrast. But, you know, text contrast is everywhere, isn't it? When you're trying to write something or you're looking at posters on the wall. So this is an opportunity to talk about that. That the text on the top of the button needs to be lighter or darker than whatever the background is. It's the difference that matters, isn't it? So I'll just come out of that and just go into Scratch itself. So this is where you've got, I make these bigger and then in between times it doesn't. So when this sprite is clicked, so there it is, there's your start button there, this one here, yeah? So when you click it, they're both listening for that. Both this and the Frank here are listening for that, and I'll press stop. So let's just look, so that's the code. So you've gone in here, you've found a button, so you go in here, which is where the sprites are, in there, and in here you type in the word button, you only get to B-U-T, yeah? And then there's your buttons there, yeah? So you get a button, and then when you've got the button, you go into costumes, and you go into text. You can change the color there. So I tend to drag the saturation right up, so the colors are more intense. and then I'll probably choose like a bright yellow or something like that, and then type. I tend to click down here by habit, so that you don't get any colours down on here. So when you change the fill over, yeah, it's a good habit to click somewhere else over here to close that. And then you click in here, and then you can type in now START, yeah, and then click off it. And I don't know whether you can see, yeah, so can you see it's got a selection window, it's all round. And then you can, if you click in the middle of it, you can move the words. If you click at the corners, you can make it bigger. So I always say to the children, put it in the top left-hand corner and then drag diagonally to the right. Yeah, and then it'll fit nicely in there. So like that, there, like that. Okay, and you can always adjust it afterwards. And then have a look on the stage to see whether it looks good or not. All right? So that's the button, done. And then you go into the code here. When this sprite is clicked, broadcast, yeah, and now it's got the word start, but it's lowercase. So I'm going to make it match how I've done it in here, which is capitals. So new message, and then in here, I'm going to put start in capitals. Yeah? Oh, sorry, I've got caps lock on. START, and then say OK. So it basically looks the same as that, right? And then the stop button, similar thing, go and get a button, write on it with the text there. This is where I changed the shading. So I went in here, so I clicked on the button itself here. So I go into this top left-hand corner, yeah, to select something, click on that. That selects the whole button, the original button. And then you can go into the fill here and you can change you can make the button lighter or darker, yeah, whatever suits, so that the button stands out more clearly. All right. Now, of course, what you could also do is draw your own. You could go in to the sprites here, and there's nothing stopping you drawing your own button, yeah, and then writing on top of it. It will still work, right? So that will be fine as well. The code being, when this sprite is clicked, stop all. All right. Now I'm just going to delete this one, the one I've just made. And then we'll just look at this again. So when this sprite is clicked, broadcast a message. I'm going to make sure that says start, just because it looks the same then. START. Okay. And then I've got to make sure that both of these are listening for that. So what you've got here is, so if I press start now, there you go, start. Okay. And then you've got this one, and I can change it so it goes to the capital start. But let's see what happens. So if I do start like that, it's fine. And if I do start like STAR, so a mixture, so it's capitals and lowercase, it's still working, so that's fine. Okay? But they may wish to do the same. They may wish to have it the same. It's up to them. All right? So when I receive a message start, it says, forever, I like to dance. It just keeps switching costume. The skeleton hat comes with 4 different costumes, and it's just switching between them, right? And then it waits half a second between changing costume, and that's something that they can adapt, all right? And then the same with Frank here. I think that's what it's called when you search for him. I'll just make him a bit smaller. So this says, when I receive start, forever, say, look how big I am. Just make it smaller again. There we are. Next costume, wait, 0.5 seconds. All right? So that's really simple. So really young ones can do this, right? Having stopping and start buttons. Yeah? And then putting in the code at the top that says, when I receive a message, start, which is when you click the button, then I'll do whatever it is. And it's just a variation from having something like this, the green flag, or clicking on the sprite itself, yeah, or when this sprite is clicked. It's just a difference from that, okay? Yeah, anybody not sure about that? Is that okay? Right. So if I just switch back to that one, right? So that's the stop button, and then we added the skeleton sprite and code there. I like to dance, and then you search for a skeleton, and it's come with the 4 costumes, and yeah, Not every sprite, of course, comes with costumes. If you hold the mouse over the sprite, you'll see if it comes with several costumes. If they design their own sprite with several costumes, like one of those stick men, where you do one costume with its hands up and then one costume with its hands down, they work really well. So an animated sprite works really well with this. And then if you look at the Frank one, that came with just, there's two, it comes with two Frank ones. And then look how big I am. And that's it there. Okay? Yeah. So I've gone to the next one. Now this is a fireworks one, right? So the code briefly is forever. It waits 2 seconds. Then it sets the size between 50 and 200%. So it goes bang. Changes the color effect. The different fireworks, there's 4 of them. The different fireworks have different sets of colors, right? And they also have different wait times. So it makes it do that, okay? Yeah, all right. What I'll do is this, I'll make it into a Code Club one, and I will share it so that you'll be able to download it, all right? So yeah, that's the way this one works. So I'll show you how you get the symbol sound in a second. So you add a symbol sound, but it doesn't sound like a symbol. And then if we go into this one here, sorry, go into that one there. Oh, sorry, I'm on the next one, my fault. I'm thinking I'm on the, I'll just go to load up the, here we are. So I'm just going to load up the firework one. I'm doing it again, right. Scratch, there we go. So I'm just going to load up the firework one. Yeah. There we are. So that's the firework one. Okay. So what it's got is, it used to work with this when clicked. That's how it used to work. Okay. So what I've done is, I've taken off just the top that says using the green flag, and I've done this instead when I receive start. And then it's created 2 buttons there, so that when you click it, sound is coming through. Yeah, the sound, I don't know. My sound's working and it is plugged in, but I don't know. Anyway, for some reason the sound's not working. If I unplug that, again. Okay. Okay. I don't think it's coming through, so yeah, I'll do that. Yeah. The sound's there, but never mind. I'll just stop it and start it again. So same thing, when I click on that, it appears, I don't know why the sound's, there we are. So it appears, and then there's a sound, and then what I'd have to do with all the rest is just go in here, take that off. Yeah, so this one has got when I receive start. So then I go when I receive start, and that's it. That's all you need to do when I receive start. So then when I stop and start it, stop and start it again. There'll be 2 of them changing. You now got 2 doing it. And then stop it, and then I'd have to do that with this one as well. Yes, so you follow. So you have to do that with each of them, just swap it over. All right. Now it has a brilliant cymbal sound, if the sound was working. So what you do with the sound is, you add a cymbal sound, and then as you slow it down, then the sound gets more and more booming. So the slower it is, the more it sounds like a booming sound as well. All right. Yeah. So that works really well as a sound to add to a firework. Okay? Anybody not sure about that one? So that's how you would just, edit afterwards. Just take the top off. Yeah, take the top off, put when I receive start. So you created a button the same way we did before. You've done the code in the button. There, you've got the code in the button. When the sprite is clicked, broadcast start. And then for the sprites, you just change the top so that it says that. All right, so that's that one. And then the next one, which is this. There we go. So the next one here is this one, which is a game, right? So what it's got in here is it's got two sprites. Just let you look. Okay. Right. So what you've got here is you've got two sprites. You've got a jellyfish sprite. This is drawn by a child. Jellyfish sprite. You've got it following the mouse pointer because that's the chaser. Then you've got this one where it's reacting to when it's caught something. And when it catches something, there's a count, an alien count, right? The alien count is separate from the moving, because if you don't have it running in parallel programming, then it slows things down, yeah? So you have it running separately, right? And all I've done is to change it into the one with stop and start is I just took off. I've just left them there. I've just taken those off, right? So then it will work with using start, okay? And if I go to the other sprite, this one, right, so that's called Lily Alien. So this one is the one that's moving by itself. So you've got one you're controlling and you've got one that you are chasing. So it is moving by itself here, yeah? So what it's doing is, same thing, we've had to separate the code out so it runs in parallel. One moves by itself and it goes randomly. And this is where you can bring in your great game development ideas as to when you catch something, if it just reappeared in the same spot, like if a mouse came out of a hole, ran away, the cat would just wait for it to come out of the hole again. So if it's natural selection and it's an idiot cat, an idiot mouse, then it'll just come out the same hole, right? But in a game, you wouldn't want it to do that. You would want it to randomly hide, go back in the hole, and then reappear in a random location. And so that's what this, what it does is you can have it reappear in a random location. You don't tend to need that with this game, but you can use it with others. This game, because it keeps moving and it's turning randomly, that causes it to do that sort of thing. Because even when it's hiding, it's still moving in the background. That does essentially the same thing, right? But if you're not having that happen, having it keep moving, then you might have to have it reappear in a random location. So they run in parallel, and then the way it works is when you press start. Oh, right, sorry, I'm back in this thing again, aren't I? There we are. So when you press start, I'll just load it in again. There we go. So if I press start, it moves. And then the code for the alien count and timer is set to 30 seconds for the timer. And if you get to 30 seconds and you've not got 10 points, then you've run out of time. But if you get 10 count, then it switches over to this screen. I'll just switch over to the stage. Yeah. So what we've got here is, there we go. So I've changed the tops of these as well. So you've got the one with the timer on, and you've got the one with the alien count on, right? And so again, they're running separately, right? And all I've done is take the top off each of them and put in when I receive. So again, it starts that way, all right? Okay. The only thing you could do right at the end in something for development of this would be to then get everything to hide at the end. And maybe you could put that in the stop. So in here, in stop, you could send a message. So it can, so here we are in the start. If we go into the stop one, it says stop all. Yeah, but what it could do is it could broadcast a message hide as well before that. And then those two sprites could listen for a message hide. And when they hear the message hide, they could hide. And that would mean at the end of the game, they disappear and you'd just be left with that screen that you've got there. But that's an added thing. So you can put that in the stop, just above stop all. Broadcast message, hide, and then they would have to be listening for that as well. When I receive the message, hide, I hide. All right, are we okay with that? Yeah. So that's something you could do with that one. All right.
I guess you could, just thought, you could animate when you click on a button like start.
Yes.
You could use another costume.
Yeah.
Animate with big press.
Yes. Yes, you could. Yes, you could.
Just because we've got a live stream, I'm just going to get you to say that into the mic again.
So another touch would be to animate the start or stop button. So when it's clicked, you use another costume to show it the animation of it being pressed.
Yeah. So that would be a higher level of complexity. Yeah. But of course you could do that. Younger children, I've not used that, but at secondary, when we did Game Maker, that's the sort of thing that we did. So when you're at an older level, you could do that. Yeah. Yeah. I tried to do it with younger children so that the amount of code that you got, that you can fit it on the screen. Because once you start to add certain things like switching costume, when you get the mouse over it, and it starts to make the code a lot more. Whereas with younger kids, it's better if they can see everything. Yeah. So I tend to keep it to that level, but absolutely, yes. So in game development, you could do that as you put the mouse over. Yeah. So when it feels, so if touching, yeah, it would change costume. Yeah, you could do that. Same as I was saying at the end of this game. So what you could do with this one is with the stop screen, with the stop button, you could put something in that makes both the sprites hide, so broadcast message hide. You could also equally tidy up the end of the game so that you could click on something, another button maybe, and say end or exit. And when you click on exit, what would happen? What could you do if you did an exit button? What do you think? Yeah, so you could change the backdrop back to game on. Yeah, and then you could make either sprites hide or not hide, it's up to you. So you could, that's another development, isn't it? Put an exit button, and then that could clean up the screen. Decide to switch back to the game on screen. I use the game development labeling game on for the one that's running as the game is running, game over, timer, game over, score or count, all one word with no spaces. And that's a good habit. And they're perfectly happy to use those. So when you're starting to do game development, when they get into particularly secondary, having names with no gaps as well. That's also an aspect of computer science, isn't it? Where when they're labeling files, not putting gaps in, so put an underscore instead. Yeah. If you're ever sent a photograph or a file via email, you'll find that if the original person didn't put gaps in, if they put gaps in, it can't send a gap, so it puts in percentages and things like that. I'm sure you've seen that. And that's because they sent a file with gaps in the name, and it can't send a gap. It doesn't have that, so it puts things in. So again, that's a good habit when you're labeling things, not to put spaces in it. Hence, game on, game over. All right. Right. So next one. So this is the timer. So that's the timer score. And that's the aiming count. Right. When they're testing the game, I've said this at the top, I'll read it out. So when you're testing the game, you don't have to have the timer set at 30. You could set the timer at 5. Yeah? Or when you're doing the count, you could make it 2 when you're testing the game. I remember at secondary, teaching secondary this, and they're waiting, testing the game, or they're doing a bullseye or whatever, and you say, well, you're testing the game now, you know. You can make the time really short when you're testing it. Yeah, so make the game easy for you, and then you can make it tricky when you're getting your friend to do it. This is a bouncing ball one. I'll show you this one. Same again. File. So this is the bouncing ball one. No, I wouldn't. I've got sound, so it doesn't matter. This sound then's incredible. It's a horrible sound. So we haven't got it, but it doesn't matter. So same principle. It's originally had this at the top. When sprite is pressed, when spacebar is pressed, do this. I took that off, put in a start button, put in a stop button, and it just does the same thing. When this sprite is clicked, broadcast start. When this sprite is clicked, stop all. And then this is waiting to receive that. And there are well, I'll show you it, and then I'll show you what the costumes look like, okay? So when I click start, yeah. I'd click sound, but you're not going to hear it. You don't tend to put sound in there because obviously it's interesting for about 10 seconds and then it's annoying. So you tend to have that either as a separate trigger or when you click on it or something like that. So this is what the costumes look like. And they run around. Yeah. So what you start with is you start with a ball, yeah, and it just goes down. So you duplicate the ball, and then you tap down, down, down while it's still selected, down, down, down about 3, and then you duplicate it again, and then down, 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 and by the time it gets to the bottom, right, so you're keeping an eye on it, by the time it gets to the bottom, it starts to distort, so then you're not moving it, but what you're doing is starting to distort the shape. So that's the way this works. It gets down to the bottom, and then you're starting to distort the shape, and then it starts to bounce back up again. Yeah? So that's how that one works. All right. So the start button's the same way. Start. It goes. Right. So the other thing is the size of the button. So when you first create the button, it's quite big, but as here, it's a lot smaller than the previous ones. And all you need to do is go into here. So select it here, the sprite here, and then go into size, and I think I'm right, 72 for it to be half. So nice bit of maths here. So when you're trying to make something smaller, if I made that 50, does anybody know what size it would be afterwards if I made that 50% of what it is? Bit of maths. Okay, so that's 100%. 50 is half this, but also half this. So it's half the width and half the height. So the resulting shape is, what's that? A quarter, 25% of what it was. Yeah? So that's what it looks like. If you ever, the kids don't do this, but if you're on a photocopy, I think it's 72%. Am I right? I think it's right to get half, to actually get half the size in area, something like that. Oh, right, okay. There you go. So yeah, half the width and half the height. Yeah. I could lose you in surface area and shrews versus adults, and yeah, humans, and why they, yeah, there's loads of biology involved in that sort of thing, an area as well. Yeah, so that's to do with the size. So you can make it smaller to fit in with what you've got there. All right? Yeah. Okay, has anybody got any questions? Because we're okay with time. We've got another 10 minutes or so. I can show you other things. All right? Me? Well, actually, no. So up until the pandemic, for about 10 years, so I'd done a whole load of things. Started with primary, went to Canada, started running a nursery that specialised in computers, came back, went back to primary, went to Scotland, computing degree, part-time, got cross-certified for secondary and primary computing. And running up to the pandemic, I was teaching 2 or 3 days secondary and 2 days primary. And by primary, I mean 5-year-olds through to 11, 12-year-olds, you know, all the way P1 to P7 in primary schools. Pandemic, had to simplify it, so I had to simplify it. I went down to 3 schools and then 15 classes a week, all computing and ICT. Yeah. So, and that's all the way from primary 1 all the way to primary 7. So quite a few of these things I've done with different age groups. And of course, you can have a 7-year-old who's as good at Scratch as an 11-year-old, you know. And sometimes if I got children from another school, I would get mine, you know, the different classes, they would then show the others what to do. And yeah, did lots of different things. Not all Scratch, microbits, lots of things. Yeah. So I'll see what else I've got. So this is Scratch. So file, load from your computer. So we've done that one, bouncing ball, fireworks. Oh yeah, this one. Now, had we had sound, this is another one. So that you can do sound. So same thing, when I receive a message, yeah. I don't know, just try one more time on the sound. I think it's just picked up the this, and then when I unplugged it, that's it. I probably have to restart the whole thing to make it work. So what I've done is I've just put a costume in here for this. And then this is the music, and then when you press start, then the music plays. Yeah, and they've had to work out, this plays hot cross buns. And what you can do, you can also do Star Wars. So if you do want the music for Star Wars, I've got music for the Emperor's March in Star Wars. In terms of time and what note, and how to work out the timings of notes. Same thing, this works really well because of the sound involved. So again, start button. You don't really need a stop button because it stops. So I haven't bothered with a stop button because it just plays to the end and then that's it. Unless I put the whole thing in a repeat loop, and then I would need a stop button, right? So I haven't bothered with a stop button here. But yeah, anybody got any other ideas of how you could use a start and stop button? Yeah. Anything that you've done practically, you can just put in a start or stop button instead. Yeah. And they could draw their own buttons. And then you could have buttons that do other things. They don't have to say start and stop. The buttons could say get bigger, and then it could send a message get bigger. And when the sprite heard the word get bigger, then you would put in the code that increases the size. And every time you tap that button, the size of the sprite would increase. So you don't have to do start and stop buttons. Yeah, sorry. Yeah. Yeah.
If we're taking questions, we'll do live stream.
So I'm thinking that start-stop buttons are a good way to demonstrate to young children that concept of broadcasting.
Yeah. Yeah. And listening. Also, very complex. Selective hearing loss. Yeah, we have all had kids who've got selective hearing loss. Yeah.
You could use the buttons for a menu.
Yeah.
Of choices, which will lead to other processes.
Yeah. Yeah. So you could have a button that would change the color to a certain color. So you could have a purple button, couldn't you? When you click on it, it makes the sprite purple, or when you click on the pink one, it makes the sprite pink. So the sprite's listening, and then that particular button sends a message, and then when it hears that message, it changes to this color, and when it hears that message, it changes to this color. So you could have it, change color and edit things like color. You could have it like sound, like we're doing here. But instead of it saying start, it could say play. Yeah, you have play. Right, and there's a volume, isn't there? So any control really that you've got, you could have a volume on it.
Can I ask a question unrelated to that?
Yeah.
On the jellyfish game,
Yeah.
are you using the inbuilt timer, or have you just created a timer variable?
Created a timer.
How do you calibrate it in terms of seconds?
So how does it work?
Yes.
I'll just go back to the timer. Okay. So on here, let's go back there. Is that big enough? Yeah. So what you've got is, it sets the timer at 30 seconds. Then it waits 1 second. Then it changes by -1 second. Then it keeps asking the question, if the timer is 0, do this. In this case, switch background and stop the game. But if that's not true, then it would just loop back round again, wait a second, take off another second, and then it keeps asking the question, is the time 0? So that's but you're right. I mean, if you want to use the automatic one, that's fine, but this is really good for the concept of how a timer would work. Yeah. And the same with the count. So what we've got is, if you do the count, the if one, so set the alien count, and we've got, if you're being touched by the alien, you've got to put that in a forever loop. Otherwise, if it only asks the question once, am I touching the alien? So you have to put it in a forever loop. Yeah? And forever, it has to be, if set alien count to 0 forever, if alien count is 10. So it has to keep asking the question. Each time the count changes, it has to ask the question. If I go back into the alien, I'll just reload. Oh, there it is. So we've got, if touching the alien, change the count by 1, and it keeps asking that forever. Yeah. So that's a good thing to not tell them. Don't put it in a forever loop. Just don't have the forever loop. And they'll go, but I'm touching it and it's not done it. Well, it's because it's only asked it once. It's only asked the question once. It's got like a smoke alarm. A smoke alarm doesn't test once in a day. It continually tests for smoke. Why? Because you want it to continually test for smoke. You don't want it to do it once. And the same here. You need it to be testing all the time. Am I touching the alien? So it needs to be in a forever loop. But that's a great thing not to tell them. And then it doesn't work. And they go, why doesn't it work? Because you haven't put it in a forever loop. Yeah? And then so it changes the alien count by 1. So yeah, that's good. Has anybody else got any more questions? No? Okay. Well, we could stop then if you want. So what I can do is I'll just go back to this one. So there's online Scratch support materials. I don't think there's stop and start ones actually. But anyway, there's online stop and start materials. So you just go into ideas at the top, and there's getting started tutorials. There's a tutorial library. So tutorial library, that's the one that flashes up on the screen when you first open Scratch and gives you instructions actually on the screen. You've got to drag them out of the way while you do the thing it says. You've got starter projects in there, and it literally loads up the starter project itself, and then you can edit those starter projects. They're great for playing around and adding start and stop buttons to something that already exists. And then the coding cards, they work really well if you've got a laptop or a computer, desktop computer, and an iPad, right? So you have the coding cards on the iPad with the instructions, and they scroll. There's a lot of them. You can buy them. They're about 12 or 13 pounds to buy the box, but this is free, so you can just get these coding cards. But yeah, those starter projects would be a great one to, you open it, it actually opens as the actual project, and then you can start editing it, adding your own stop and start buttons. Sorry, carry on.
Thank you. Is this on the Code Club website?
No, this is just Scratch, on the Scratch website.
On the Scratch website?
Yeah. Yeah.
On MIT?
Yeah, just the main Scratch website.
Doesn't look like that link, or that's just a slide, is it?
Yeah, it's just a slide. So if we go into Scratch here. Oh no, I can go into Scratch itself. There we go. So if you click on the icon top left-hand corner in Scratch, it takes you back to this page. Okay, so the try getting started, that's the one that first appears when you go into Scratch itself. Then these tutorial libraries, they're the ones that pop up. And if you're in Scratch, if you just duplicate this, right click, duplicate. I go into create. These tutorials are the ones that pop up in front, add a backdrop, And they're the ones that pop up right in front. You have to drag them out of the way. Yeah. But what you could do, again, if you've got two devices, you could have that on one device over here. Yeah. And then on the desktop or on the laptop, you could be following these instructions. So that's what those do. And this one is Explore Starter Project. And this will open the actual thing, right? So open the actual project. There. So it's actually opening the project itself, which you can get to run. And if you go see inside, it's there, already finished. But you could edit this with stop and start. Yeah? Right? And then the coding cards, what they look like, I'll move out of here. So I'll just come back out of here. There we go. And back out to starter project. So again, this is ideas, and then the coding cards look like this. So they download, I think it's 96 of them. So they're a PDF. And you've got a table of contents here, so you could do animate a character. Yeah. You can scroll through them all like that. Okay. On the left-hand side here, you can go through these, and then you can jump from one thing to another. They get more and more complex the further down you go. There's an assumption that you've done the ones above. Make It Fly is really popular as well. So the first one is what it's about. The second one, this one, so choosing the character. And then the second one is the code itself. This is what it's going to do, and this is the code itself. Yeah. But there's lots of code projects similar to this as well, right? So if your kids can access, which I think they can, Code Club at home, you can go through those projects as well. But they've also got these. These are good for specific skills. Yeah, so in the ideas, so in here you've got coding, so tutorial. That's a really good one for specific skill sets. Changing size, gliding, spinning, using arrow keys. That specific targeted skill that you're learning. So they're great for that. Yeah. So they're not overly complex. They're just teaching something very specific. All right. Okay.
I was just going to add something as well about like uses of the broadcast box and those buttons that I found a lot of the kids in my code club, they only use tablets and it really limits the input options because you don't have any keys. So we make our own keys by using buttons and broadcast, and that works really well.
Yeah. Yeah, because an iPad or a tablet, it's not a substitute for a desktop or a laptop. It's just different. It can do different things, right? It's very portable. You can move it. You can take it somewhere on holiday. You can use Scratch on holiday, but you're going to have to adapt. One isn't equal to the other. So the tablet is very portable, light, easy to use. It's got, it's very intuitive. You can use it very easily. But this can do, a laptop can do a lot as well. But after 2 or 3 years, a laptop, it's hard to upgrade a laptop. If you've got a desktop computer, you can upgrade a desktop. So you don't have to buy a new laptop because you can change things in the desktop. And then, so there's, Anyway, I will just go back to this.
We're coming up to time.
Yeah.
Are you okay, or did you?
Yeah, I'm fine. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Claire.
Okay.
Thank you so much. I'm going to open the door up because the next session starts in 5 minutes all around. We're ready and then it's only another half an hour until lunch. So here we will be doing the night talks. We're doing 3 Ignite talks. So quick turnover, quick chats. Not loads of room for questions, but we'll do them in the end if we have a chance. And to kick us off is Katie Dumont, who will be speaking about Code Club Leader to Teacher. All right, take it away.
So, let's... Presenter view. It's not going on to that. Hit that all the way there. Sorry, it's just decided to. Right, here we go. I think it's finally working. Right. So, thank you for coming. Right, so this is sort of a 5-minute overview of what I've done in the last 10 years with my Code Club and what it's led me on to do, because I thought it might be interesting. So, my screen's not working. So, why I started a Code Club 10 years ago. So, I had my son in 2015, and I had to, we were living in Bristol. We decided to move down to my parents, which meant I had to leave my job. And I was thinking, so I'm an electronics design engineer, and I was thinking, right, so we want to move. I'm leaving my job. I didn't want to leave like that blank space on my CV for however many years it was going to take. And I think about a year or so before, I'd been to an OG camp where somebody had a Code Club stall. I've never remembered who they were. And they'd said about Code Club, and then I suddenly thought, well, maybe that would be something that I could keep on my CV as something that I could do to fill that blank space. So I started September 2015. I've been through all my emails trying to find dates of when I've been doing stuff. Studying school, because it was convenient, my mum worked there, and at that point we were living in that village. And I started off with doing Scratch, because that was the main Code Club projects about 10 years ago. So it was a learning curve for me. And then September 2016-ish, they did microbits if you were running a Code Club. And that's when I really started enjoying running it and thinking, actually, this is what I'm into because I've got the electronics background. I'm much happier with something physical. So that was really enjoyable. Then I thought I'd put in projects we've done, just because if you're running a Code Club, like a lot of people just keep to the projects. But I found it really fun doing all the extra stuff. So there was a Bloodhound SSC. There was a big thing in Cornwall about it because they were doing the testing at Newquay Airport. And there was microbits you could code. The children could make a car that they actually put a rocket motor in and blasted down the track. And you had to code your microbit to capture the speed. And then upload your data. So it added all in that, and it sort of made what we were doing in the Code Club tangible with something, actual data. And then we got to actually see the Bloodhound SSC rocket car run on the test track at Newquay. I was trying to find photos of that, and then this week I was doing an event for a group I help with at Spaceport, and asked, so Ross Holbert, who's the head of like Spaceport at the minute, found me those photos. I was like, thank you. And that one, so that was quite cool. So AstroPi Mission Zero, I've always really enjoyed. It looked like we started it in 2017, and I think I've run it every year since. The students, young people, really enjoy doing that, and then they've almost forgotten about it, and then you give them the certificates and they get really excited again. So that was really good. And then we did 2 years with Mission Space Lab. So those two did the Mission Space Lab and were one of the 10 winners that year. So even like a primary school, they were a primary school group against secondary schools and colleges, and they were one of the winners. So like even, okay, if you're doing primary school, you can still win something. I've just found out that, because I sent them parents a message and was like, can I use the picture of the boys? So Gully's actually gone on to do computer science at college and is going on to do it at university. So that's quite cool, because he was one of my early ones. And then the second year we did another year. They didn't win. I was like, your brother won last year. You're unlikely to win this year. Hey ho. But they got nice pictures. We did a couple years of Pie Wars, which I don't know if anyone's heard about. We're running out of time, but you can ask me about that. So we've sort of done other stuff that's not Co-Club related, but I've made Co-Club at the same time as running Co-Club. That was a Lego one. You have to be running a Raspberry Pi, so we had the Sense hat with the Lego Spike stuff. So that was quite cool. And then I started off at Lanna School because my kids go there. We did World's Coolest Projects in 2024. That's play leader robot to suggest things that people could do at lunchtime. That was Sports Day School Tracker. Head teacher cam, I mean, ethically, that was an interesting, but they were like, can we make a robot that the head teacher can drive around the school to spy on people? And I was like, well, you can do it as long as it never runs in actual practice. I was like, you can test it around when there's no one else around, but they had real fun doing that. And words of the week. But yeah, so then, so what's happened after all of that is that doing the Co-Club and doing all that and doing the hardware, I've actually figured out that I do quite enjoy the teaching aspect of all that, which back 10 years ago, I would have never thought about. Cool. So yeah, I've started a PGCE to teach A-level electronics and BTEC engineering, and I'm really enjoying that. So I thought I'd just sort of do the progression from having no idea what I was doing to that. So. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
That's okay.
Thank you so much for sharing that.
That's fine.
I don't need to project. I just need my notes. Yeah.
That's very easy. Great. Next up, I give you Afandi, who will be talking about reframing the last mile learner towards a first mile innovator. I'll just hand over to you right away.
Sure. Thank you. Hi, everyone. I am Afandi Indiatsi from Kenya. I am a program manager with the Raspberry Pi Foundation based in Kenya, and my work entails working with our partners in Kenya to just bring computing education to them. And we have non-formal learning where we have Code Club, for example, which is one way that we do this. And the aim is to just make sure that we have every student across the country getting access to computing education. There is quite a big demand from the government. I'd say we as Kenyans, we're hearing about coding and we want to be part of the bandwagon. There's quite a big demand, but then the challenge is there's infrastructure missing, there's resources missing, there's internet missing, and you find areas like the urban areas, the capital city where I stay, Nairobi, we have access to some of these things. But then we have northeastern part of Kenya, which borders Somalia. Arid region, very few people who stay there, non-formal settlements. These are pastoralists, so they move around, nomads. They don't have settlements that are just permanent for them. And we're trying to also get this kind of resources and accessibility to them. And these are the areas where we call the last mile. Why are we calling them last mile? Because that's the last place we try to think about getting resources. When we talk about aid, that's the last mile. When we talk about roads, that's the last mile. So we have Northeastern, where we've recently gotten a partner in Kenya, and we're getting these opportunities to some of the students there. Now, one of the biggest challenges is language. In Northeastern, since it's the last mile, English doesn't get to them as fast as we'd expect. And since it's also the last mile, the language that we use, the local language, Kiswahili, doesn't get to them as fast as we'd expect as well. But we are trying to also make sure that this education that we're trying to give everyone in the urban centers gets to them. So how do we work through that? We have our partner, the name is M. Luga, has worked with students and teachers in the Northeastern region for quite some time through early childhood education. And this is something that they've been able to help us to try and work around the context of the language that we use with the COD clubs so that the young people can understand. I'll give the example. In Nairobi, we do not have big farms. So if you want to use an example for young people to understand COD clubs or to understand coding, you'd probably think of a car, you'd probably think of a big house, maybe a microwave, a fridge, because this is something they can relate to. But in Northeastern, what are they going to talk about? Camels, because that's something they can understand. They're going to talk about mosques, because that's something they would understand in such areas. They would talk about cactus. They wouldn't talk about maize, but cactus is something that is there. So in terms of examples, even as teachers and COD club leaders implement COD clubs, these are things they have to use as examples for young learners, for young people to understand, and for them to get the interest. Let me give a success story that we've gotten recently. Scratch, amazing. Young people love Scratch a lot. I love the aspect that there's camels on Scratch. I love the aspect that there's a hijabi girl in Scratch. So that is something that the young learners, the young people in Northeastern can relate to, and they enjoy creating with those specific sprites. And as students were coming up with these activities and these projects, eventually some of the students noticed this is a bit too low level for us. We want to do the big stuff. And they started learning on their own how to use Canva to the point of creating websites through Canva. They approached M. Luga, the partner that we have, and they requested, sir, can we have a partnership with you? Can we be working with you to create websites for other organizations around? Can we work with you to create websites for our schools? Which is not a concept that we have in Kenya. Kenyan schools don't have websites. So that's something that is happening. The moment we contextualize the content that we have, the moment you make it relatable for the young people, they get the need and the energy and the excitement to be part of this bandwagon, and they're now creating for themselves as well, making solutions that are impacting the society and them as well. So I think I'll just throw it back to you. When we talk about last mile, we're not just talking about getting access to them, but when we talk about last mile, how is it eventually making them first mile people? Even when you're talking about healthcare, when we're saying, apart from education, infrastructure, how are we making them first mile rather than just saying, yeah, we got to that farthest point? Thank you.
Thank you, Afandi. Awesome. Richard, can I have you up here? Stay close to you.
Oh. Oh, yes. No.
Shall I just have I'll just introduce myself. I'm Richard. I'm a co-thought leader for Peterborough, who's been at for about 10 years. Also did quite a few other things as well. My talk this morning is a night talk. I'm not going to give you all the background. I'm just going to tell you a bit about myself as you see me. And then a bit about vibe coding. So I'm 70, so I'm a boomer. I don't know where you are in terms of generation. I just want you to, one of the things I found is that I'm becoming I'm 70. I'm just turned 70. I'm probably the oldest person in the room. Yeah, you'll probably know what I'm talking about. But the problem is that as you turn 70, as you move on, you sort of lose your identity in a way. People don't listen to you. They just look at what they see, not actually what you do. So I'm going to show you a little bit about that. Get this. Should I press in Windows and D? That's not Windows. It works as a second screen. I don't quite know how that. Anyway, so what about me, Richard? Here's me. What are my characteristics? You sort of look at me. So one, I'm 70. One, I'm a veteran. I'm a grandfather of 4 kids, all of which are going to be good father. What do I do as a thing? Well, I volunteer. So I volunteer in healthcare, health world, NHS. I volunteer in the career world. So I volunteer with Common Future and the career area in Wishart. And I also volunteer as STEM. Not really good club, because sort of like good club now is not every week. Good club is only if it's stuck for someone and will go along and help. So as you come older, things change, but the brain is still there. So if you look at me now, that's my tribe, if you like. So me as an individual, how many people would, I'm a boomer, not a Gen Zero, but as a boomer, who identifies, when you look at me, what do you see? Does do you look up to, do you see the tech guy or do you see an old guy who is volunteering? You see an old guy who does volunteering. You don't ask the question about, do you know tech, do you know this? I do know tech, and I'm really heavily into it, but I am this generation of one. Because I don't see anybody that looks like me in the room. I don't see anybody that's male, my age, with all my background. And what happens then is really crazy, but it's a new tech thing, which is, it's actually a close to invisibility. Because people don't listen to me. So I recently taken on my mother-in-law. She's come to stay with us. She's 98. I'm 70, she's 98. So 30 years. There's a potential 30 years of productive life in me beyond where I am now, and yet I'm invisible to the world. So my story is this really, yeah. So I'm talking about vibe coding. So what's a guy of my age talking about vibe coding? This is what I do. I volunteer with my dog in the hospital. We go around all the patients every week, and I meet all the patients. And age 70, grandfather of 4, Scottish, a volunteer, education, healthcare, STEM. I'm a veteran and I'm a pensioner. So how many people, big hand up, identify with me? How many people are in my cohort? And okay, that's the initial thing. The entire category. Everything I put up there, who's exactly the same as me, who looks like me, who speaks like me. Not a single person in the audience. I'm unique. Yeah. So who's like me in this audience? Nobody. I am unique. If you look at me this way. But what I've done is I do vibe coding. So if you want to look at this, if you want to take a picture of this with your phones, Each of these is a QR code. I use AI to do vibe coding. For vibe coding, up here I've got my LinkedIn profile at the bottom. If you look at that, you'll actually see I'm more than just the old guy standing in front of the audience. This is a report that I did about vibe coding and Raspberry Pi Code Club. The overlap is a deep research into that. It's a 20-page document with about 200 references. Having produced the report, I then produced a website from it, which is a proper working website showing you the key points. That's an interactive website. And then I also did an app. So I actually done an app, which is a recipe app. So actually you put in your ingredients, and then it will come out with how you cook them, how you do the processing, and then the nutrition benefits of what you produce. So that's an app on the web that took me 15 minutes to produce. And it's now live, and you guys can actually log into it using that QR code. So suddenly we've got a guy of 70 able to do this sort of stuff. And my concern was, when I did it, we're thinking, how do I now relate this to a code problem? And very much, I was in a thing, the guy was talking about large language models. And he just was, it's like we had a dial. There's a really negative view of AI and a really positive view of AI. I don't adhere to the negative, I'm at the positive. In fact, I'm even other than the positive. So that's where I am. So I completely disagreed with the guy in the session. I said I did. So, the issues, I think, are that as you talk about AI, I thought I had another picture in there. Ah, yes, this was the. So the way I think about IT for me, there's three parts to it. There's classical, which is largely what the Raspberry Pi Foundation is about. The second one is the brain, neural. So the neural part, that's AI, classical neural. And the third part is quantum. So actually all of these three are linked together. Each of them support each other. But very few people move to the AI or even to the quantum. I use all three. I use AI to teach myself quantum computing, and I actually use the tool. The quantum is the real computing, because if we use digital or classical, or we use the AI, or we use the classical side, then all we're doing is we're transferring everything into one of the zeros, but nature is not one of the zeros. Nature is the bits in between. So the real computing is the neural, classical, and the AI sort of like I think we've made up a construct to make it work. So this is my view of the world. So this is my worldview that I then share this with my kids. The thing is here, the skills that are missing are these skills. So I've got coined these phrases. This is what a youngster who's going to use AI and quantum in their future is going to need. They're going to need curiosity, extreme curiosity. They're going to need critical thinking, not just critical thinking from school, but a lot more critical thinking. They need communication skills that are way beyond what we're using at the moment. And they need creativity. So that's the main thing. Now that we're talking to our computers, you've got to give them a proper question to answer. You've got to be able to communicate. You've got to be able to communicate with experts or teachers or other students or people in your team. It's all about communication. It's changed. IT used to be you hide in a corner of your PC and just type it. Nowadays, if you're going to go into this world, you've got to actually be communicating. You've got to be an expert communicator. And I don't see very much in that space taking place. In our code club, going back to code club, the final thing, in code club, we do get all the children to do a show and tell. And that's really, really important. So, thank you. One of the other things I brought it up here, so I may as well mention it. As I walk around the hospital, I'm with my dog. I use AI to produce a storybook. So Now, this is a story book produced from a prompt. So I'm now giving this to the emergency care, or the accident emergency children's department, so they can actually have a physical book about me before I come with my dog. So I'm using a storybook produced by AI. And this is just by putting pictures of me and my dog into the prompt and saying what I want the prompt to do. It produces a storybook. So this is available if you want to have a flick through it. And it's actually saying, I'll just say this one thing because it's pretty straightforward. Youngsters, I think, we do 11 to 7 to 14. Actually, we need to be kids at school, preschool, and therefore storybooks become really important. But alongside the storybooks, you also need an AI agent. So I actually, on my phone, I have an AI agent called Hux that actually tells me what's in my diary, what's in my emails, and different subjects every day, tells me an update. So I get an AI update from my agent every morning, and every afternoon about what's happening in that day, and stuff that I'm interested in. So I have an AI agent on my shoulder, and that's what we want to give our kids. The kids need an AI agent, so they can go through their career and find the right sort of job. Sorry.
Thank you so much for sharing. All right, thanks for joining us for the Ignite Talks. It is now time for lunch. Lunch is being served in the cafe. So if you make your way over there and join the throng, there will be nice things there. And then we start up again with sessions about an hour from now. And look, Helen's already here to get you. Hello, hello, everyone. Welcome to the after lunch period. Luckily, we have an amazing speaker that will keep us entertained and take us through the lull of food processing. I will say we're using microphones, even though we're not a super big group, because we're recording a live stream and we'll have a video for anyone to watch after as well. So if we do have time for questions, we'll come around with a mic, just so you know. But now I'm handing over to Chidi Duro, who will introduce you to inclusive learning, in particular supporting deaf learners in clubs. I'll hand over now.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Yeah, good to have you. So we'll be talking about inclusive learning, and I'll be sharing about a project that is so dear to me, a project that we are currently doing in Nigeria, the eastern part of Nigeria, Imo State, where we started engaging deaf people on how to write code. When I was coming to UK, I was putting on this, and someone saw me and said, "Hey, young man, it's not Christmas yet." But then, this is not a Christmas hat. This is just a symbol of where I'm coming from in Nigeria. Thank you. So we are supporting deaf people, and the little intro is that we need to get everybody involved. When we talk about the digital transformation, everybody needs to be involved. Children need to be involved. But somehow, through the conversation, it seems as if those deaf children are not getting involved in what we are doing. So inclusive learning ensures every child can participate, regardless of the disability. I've noticed something in the UK. There's a particular restroom that when you want to go to the restroom, at the door is written some disability is not visible, isn't it? Yes. So every child, regardless of the disability of every child, they need to get involved. So the deaf learners bring unique perspective and strong visual learning ability. This is one of the groups that I've worked with, and they are very fun. They have a whole lot in their heart to say, but because they don't have the right platform and the opportunity, they just decide to stay in their zone. So what is the goal? Our goal is just to make coding and digital skills accessible and engaging to all. So why are we getting them involved? We are getting these deaf children involved because we want to promote equal access to technology education. In Nigeria today, the Ministry of Education has made digital literacy compulsory for children in grade school and digital technology compulsory for children in high school, and is not just for a school activity, but it's something by the time they are done with their senior secondary school, they have to write a certificate examination to show that while in school, they pass through this level of knowledge. So we build confidence and creativity. These children are very creative. They have a lot in their mind, but because they don't have the opportunity, they just stay on their zone. It also strengthens the diversity and impact of code clubs. So we started, when we finished the project with them, we discovered there is a need for sustainability. And in one of the deaf schools we work with, we started a code club, and this code club is for the deaf community. So understanding them. So it was a very difficult project for us because the first day I went for the training, I was very, very excited. It's a local school, no windows, no doors, no gates, no fence. You just walk into the school environment. They still use a chalk and a blackboard. It was the first time for the children to see a projector. It was the first time for the children to touch a computer. It was so strange to them. There is no power supply. we have to set up a mini hub in that presence. We came with a projector, a generator to generate power, and we came with about 15 laptops. We set it up, and the kids were very excited. But before we started the class, we have to do an assessment. And what was this assessment? We want to know their knowledge of what computer is all about. And we discovered that about 90% of these kids cannot identify a keyboard. They don't know what is a keyboard. They can't identify the monitor. They don't even know what is mouse. And we started by engaging them to teach them the parts of the computer. But what shocked us was the first day was so interactive. There was excitement. Everybody just wants to learn. They are just interested to see a screen and just to think how will something from a small laptop project in a wide screen on the wall. They were excited. And when we run the first line of code and the sprite was moving around on the stage, everybody was excited. But what happened? When we came back for the second class, the whole class went quiet. And what was the problem? None of them could remember what we taught on the first day. And it was so discouraging. But then we learned one thing from them, and that is patience and consistency. So we now have to change our strategy. We already have a lesson note we want to engage them with for the 8th week. But on the second week, we discovered that the lesson note we are coming with is for our own consumption, not for them. So we have to change our strategy. And in the course of doing this, we have to start doing more of visual, engagement. And the expression, when you're talking to them and you're not smiling, they feel that you're not happy with them. So we have to engage, even when you're looking at the child and the child is not getting it. You don't need to frown your face. You need to smile and also correct them. We have to write on the board to demonstrate what we are telling them. We have a difficulty of expressing ourselves because most of the things we want to show them on the screen, we don't have a sign language to show that. So we need to write. When we want to talk about move the sprite 10 steps, you need to write it on the blackboard, and you need to move 10 steps, and they need to count before they can do same on the lab, on the system. And we also discovered that amongst themselves, they have a way to communicate better. So once we spark something on one, we just leverage on that particular child, and the child will help us to go around, and it becomes a kind of ripple effect in the classroom. And the major challenge we had, as I said, is a communication gap. And I wasn't doing it alone. So what I was doing is I was leading the section while I have someone in my team that her work is majorly to interpret through the sign languages to them. But then when you want to talk about some terminologies on technology, there is no sign language to show that. So that's why we have to start doing visuals and writing and also showing. So the case study, it was an 8-week project. And within that 8 week, the location is Imo State, Nigeria. Imo State is the southeastern part of Nigeria. And these deaf children are between the age bracket of 8 to 15. And it's a community school that they find it difficult to come to school. The whole children in the school is about 38. And most times you come to school, you just see 15 people in school. The rest couldn't find their way to school due to transport. In that school, we saw a mother that brings her child to school, and she stays back in school till the end of school because she don't have the transport money to go back home and come back again. So we met a whole lot of people during the course of this training, and we used Scratch, and we also run some robotic classes so that they can have some visual interaction with hardware. So our basic work is to teach them logic, creativity, and teamwork. And that teamwork helped us a lot because within themselves, they have a better way, to communicate to each other. So what we did when we started, the first week, we assessed the learners. We need to know their level of knowledge, what they know before now. And we find out that they know little or nothing. So from the second week to the seventh week, we started the classes. We use more of Scratch, showing them how to write different code, different projects, build different things. And on the 8th week, we did something remarkable. Because while teaching them, we are not just teaching them with our curriculum, but we leverage on building projects. So as they are learning, they were building projects. And on the 8th week, we have to invite their parents to come and see what these kids have built. And it was an emotional moment for us because we, as the educators, as the mentors and the leaders, at the time we are underestimating them, their ability. But on the 8th week, the children were able to show a whole lot of projects they've built, and their parents were happy. And another thing that happened during the 8th week is that the code club activity in the school gave the school a better face, because children that don't come to school due to transport and other things, the code club encouraged their parents to send them to school. So code club in the school now became a thing for them to wake up in the morning, pick their bags, and tell their daddy, please take us to school because of code club. And also a sister school that is within the premises, during this process, they decided to join the code club. So another thing is the communication support. We work with sign language interpreters that help us to do the interpretation. We use visuals, gestures, demonstration, and we encourage the peer collaborators. Just like I said, they have to teach themselves better. And as time, I think that was within the 3rd week, we had about 3 kids in the class that we are doing very well. And so what we did was, after each club, we spend more time with them. And while spending the time, we try to teach them what will teach the whole class in the next day. So when we come to the class the next day and introduce the class, those 3 go into the class and now help others. So the workload started reducing from week 3. Because when we started, we think it's something we can do on our own. But when we discover it wasn't working, we now have to leverage on these peer collaborators. So these are the challenges we faced based on our community. We limited laptop, computer literacy among learners. So we have children that don't know anything about computer, right? Even their teachers don't even have knowledge about computer. So the first week was to teach them about, computer. And we also have limited, in the whole school, including the head teacher, nobody in the school owns a computer. Yeah, so, you can imagine that. So each time we are coming, we travel with the computer and bring other stuff. And the communication delay. So in the initial, when we started the class, it was difficult to merge what I'm saying with the interpreter. We discovered that we are too fast for them. And, so we now have to, find a balance on how we deliver that. So we also need for more inclusive teaching materials. So we discovered that the materials we are using, some of the illustrations, some of the examples in the materials is something they cannot relate with. When we start doing projects like rock, scissors, is a game that is not known in Africa. Even me, I don't know what the game is all about. But when we talk about things like Ayo, right, it's something they can relate with. So we now have to tweak the curriculum in a way that we have a local illustration, while we maintain the content, while we maintain the lessons, while we maintain the activity, we tweak the illustrations and the projects in a local context that the children can easily relate with. So what is the solutions and the adaptations we got in the course of this training? We use visual demonstration instead of long explanation. So when we come to the class and they greet and they clap, this is the way they clap. Once they clap and welcome us, we don't talk too much because we just move into visual demonstration all through the class. The class will be so quiet, but a whole lot of solutions are being built. So we just move into demonstrations, writing on the boards, drawing on the boards, making visuals. Most times we have to act, we have to dance. When you tell them you want the cat to tweak, you have to show it on your body, dance, so that they can pick what exactly you are talking. We repeated steps using signs and actions. So we started repeating. We don't just do a concept and we go. We just stay on a concept. We repeat it again. While we are doing that, we are reinforcing it on the kids and they are picking it. We now started encouraging more of group work. So from the 5th week, we started encouraging them to work as a group. So the smart ones, we put them in a group of 3, and the smart one takes charge of the class. And because they have a better way of talking, and you will see the excitement when they help, the smart ones help the ones that are struggling. You will see the excitement when the ones that are struggling were able to get what they are being taught. So we also started using of color codes because they are more visual dependent. So we started using images. So when we are talking about the motion block, we started using colors, paper to show them what we mean. And with those colors, they can easily look at the Scratch platform and they will identify what we are talking. So we also engage them on some technical things, how to put on this computer, how to shut it down. And one of the struggles we had was because we don't have access to internet, so what we use is the Scratch offline, software. So one of the struggles they had is how to save their work on the system so that when next we come for the class, they will need to continue from where they stopped. And it was a challenging thing for us because if Mr. A is using the laptop today, when you come for the next class, it's possible that that laptop for Mr. A is now being used by somebody else. But then they were able to, adapt, and we had to label those laptops. So what is the outcome, and the impact for us? So learners build games and projects confidently. So in that school today, you'll see children building projects, and it started helping them in their math class, it started helping them in their science class, it started helping them to be more creative. When they are solving exercise, the assignment in class, they now have a little bit of creativity in it. They don't just follow how the teacher, taught them. They try to bring some things from their own knowledge to show the ability to solve problems. So it improved their creativity ability, and it also improved their problem-solving skills. And the teachers gain new inclusive teaching strategies. So from our activity in the classroom, their teachers also learned. And one of the take home for the teachers is how to repeat and stay on a thing and repeat it till it sinks in. Because what they do is that there is a time for each subject, and they have a whole lot of subjects to cover in a day. So they are just in a rush to cover that subject. But then at the end of the school section, they don't even write the exam because you don't have what to sit for them. Because when you say the exam for them, they are looking at the paper, they don't know what to write. So they now reduce, instead of the 13th week of learning, what they're supposed to learn for 13th week, they'll just learn about 7, cover for 7 weeks for that 13th week. So they spend time repeating with them, and the children started improving. And it also inspired other schools to launch, program. When we finish with this, some other schools started that have children that are living with different kind of, disability. It encouraged them to say, okay, if the deaf kids can really be part of this, we think our own children can also be part of it. And with that, we now started launching Code Club in, we have 2 orphanage homes that we run Code Club today, because we have to take it to them because they don't have access to this. So, and these are the lessons we learned: inclusive, require intention, planning, not assumption, visual tools and patience to go a long way, partnership with sign language experts. So one of the lessons we learned is that our sign language instructor is not a technical person. So after the first lesson, we have to start training our, because we discover in one of the classes that if you're saying something different, she's understanding a different thing. And when she explains it the way she understands, she also gets the children confused. And, everybody is just confused in the class. So we have to start training the 2 experts we used for the project. We also learned that deaf learners can excel in tech when given this opportunity. So the program exposed us to their ability. Some of them don't like schoolwork. Some of them don't want to write with paper and pen. But through this program, we learned that, these children are interested to use technology. And if we give them more opportunity, they can do very well with technology. And these are the recommendations for clubs. So if you want to run this kind of, inclusive projects in your club, you need to provide written instruction and video subtitles. So you need to not just take the lessons the way it is on the Code Club resources. You need to bring the lesson down to the understanding of the audience, because you're working with a different audience. The normal children have a way of understanding, and these other children, their own understanding is very, very different. If you're going to spend 45 minutes for the normal child, you will spend up to 90 minutes to interact with them. You need to create a safe and patient and supportive environment. You need to be very, very patient with them. They can make you angry, especially when you're talking and you're trying to communicate. You as the instructor, you're struggling to communicate, and the children are struggling to learn. And when they notice there is discouragement in your face, they will get angry. They don't want to learn again. They will get sad. Some will start, and most times the only way they can show their emotion is to be, they will react. Some of them, I remember the first day, one of them had to, keep hitting us. Each time you cross her path, she will hit you. Each time you cross her path, she will hit you, because the whole thing is strange to her. The faces are strange to her. The subject is strange to her. So she was annoyed with all, the activity. But with time, I think about the 4th week, she started adjusting with what we are doing. Oh, okay. So we also encourage project-based learning. So when you start with them, you can show them a project. This is what we want to build in the next 8 weeks. This is how this thing works. This is what you will get out of it. They test the project. If it's a game, they play the game, they see how interact with the game, and they have it in their mind that whatever we are doing in the next 8 weeks, this is our focus. So whatever they are building, their mind is already positioned that whatever we are doing, this is where we must get to. Each time they remember that project, it encourages them. It gives them more, interest to continue with the learning process. So inclusion is not about doing exact extra work. It's about doing what's right. Together we can. Together we can make Coding Club a place where every child's voice is seen and heard. This is one of the take-home for us. The children couldn't speak to us. The children, we couldn't hear their voices. But at the 8th week, we were able to hear their voices from what they built on the screen. And it was echoing all around the classroom. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Judy. Fabulous. I'm going to take this back. Can I invite Peter and Richard? Do you have another seesaw? Hello, everyone. I hope you had fun chatting with amongst yourselves. Didn't hear much, but right. We have Peter Wolf and Richard Haler, who will be talking to us about insights and reflections for club sustainability from 10 years of running a club. All right, I'll hand it over to you guys.
Sonia. Hello, everyone. I'm Richard and this is Peter, and we're from Coder Dojo, Kingston University in the west of London. As Sonia said, we're here today to talk to you about some of our experiences, some of the things we've learned, and hopefully some tips you'll find useful about how to keep a club running for over 10 years.
Thank you, Richard. And hi, everybody. Let's see whether this is working. I'll probably pick the wrong. This one.
Be your clicker if you like, Peter.
Right. So I was working, helping out with an after-school club in 2014 at a local primary school. And I met a marvelous teacher, a computer science teacher, who was seconded to the local authority, which was run by an agency called Achieving for Children. And she was responsible for supervising and helping with the rollout of the computing curriculum for the first time to schools, primary schools in England. And we both heard about Coder Dojo, which is more based on in the community rather than after-school clubs, which is the origin of Code Club. And we thought that there could be an opportunity to set up a club of that kind in our area. And through Achieving for Children, we made contact with a local youth club, and they agreed to allow us to use it for one Saturday afternoon a month. They also, the club manager was incredibly supportive and helpful. He introduced us to people working in a local maker lab, and which was in a kind of caravan in the nearby area. And turned out that quite a number of their volunteers worked at a world-class research institute very near us called the National Physical Laboratory in Teddington. And so some of our initial mentors, soon joined by Richard in one of the early sessions, were very keen on Python and we've always had a very strong technical content with Python. So we started out then. Basically, it was a sports hall. The tables that we used were trestle tables from the basement, and ping pong tables when we ran out of room and expanded. And we also found some initial mentors from a web portal and retailer, happened to be based in Richmond, that I approached, called Not on the High Street. You may have used it. And so some of the mentors there were from their IT and development team. And they also provided our first recycled laptops so that we could make available laptops to youngsters who were from less privileged environments and weren't in a position to bring their own. So after a couple of years, we started to outgrow the facilities there. We got to about 40 or 50 kids coming regularly, but it had very limited Wi-Fi, and everything was moving to online and cloud environments. So again, through Achieving for Children, we had an introduction to the STEM outreach team at Kingston University. And they welcomed us to these amazing facilities, which we still use. So the main room that we have has a capacity of about 70 kids, and maybe half or 2/3 of them will come with 1 or 2 parents. So something maybe over 100, 120 people, where we have 5 or 6 activities running. Then there's an adjoining room which is used for STEM outreach activities during the week, where we have a more instructor-led environment. You can see somebody teaching there, one of our volunteers, who actually was a computer science and cybersecurity student when he first volunteered with us, but has continued to volunteer since going out and working in industry. So that's a more instructor-led process for beginners who are just starting scratch. And then in 2018, we found our way to a senior lecturer in the game design and computer game programming part of the computer science school, Yarek, who was very enthusiastic about bringing Unity to more experienced coders. And so this was a great way of retaining youngsters who are teenagers in secondary education, who had sort of outgrown being in the big communal space. Wasn't very cool sitting next to 7- and 8-year-old kids if you're 14 or 15. But now suddenly they have the chance of using industry standard world-class equipment used to train undergraduate and postgraduate students to build games targeted on platforms like PlayStation, the Xbox, and mobile. And then, of course, as well as these activities running in parallel, then we have at the end show and tell, where you can see here, what you can't see is there's usually a line of up to a dozen or more kids off to the right, waiting with their laptops for their turn to come on. Sometimes you can't, once they've got the microphone, you can't get them off it. Richard.
Yes, thanks, Peter. So just to give you an idea of the scale, this is the stats from our last session in October. You can also see we run a membership model, which we're going to come on to in a second, but the numbers there sort of speak for themselves. It's a really busy Saturday afternoon. People work really hard to make sure everyone is sitting at the right table with the right equipment, doing the right thing. One of the other interesting things on here on this side is also around the longest standing active member. So we were obviously running before the pandemic, and we did run a few sessions online during the pandemic, but realistically by the end of that period, most of our young people who were coming had sort of aged themselves out of it or had lost interest. So after the pandemic, we pretty much had to rebuild the community from scratch, which is reflected in the fact that, you know, the longest standing active family joined in 2022. And it was quite tricky to get going again. It took a good sort of half a year before we built up that momentum that we had, particularly in the local community. But as you can see, we've now got a really vibrant, bigger than ever community there. And again, another thing to note is the number of people we have working and giving up their Saturdays to help us in terms of volunteers. And we'll come on to that a bit later as well.
Thanks. So basically the pattern is the club's open to anyone to apply. We'll talk about why we chose a club model. And in fact, today I've been in touch with our membership lead, setting up the invitations and booking links for the session on the 15th of November, so a couple of weeks' time. The activities that are going to be available, we have this pool of club laptops, which was started out with the ones from not on the high street. Now we've got quite a lot from other corporate sponsors and Kingston University, who've started to let us have retired laptops from there. People can book those in advance. And then a couple of days before the session, you probably do this as well, we send out a reminder and joining instructions for newcomers. And then we use an app for checking the QR codes. The most common or main source of new members in terms of onboarding people and joining is that the education authority I mentioned before, Achieving for Children, send out a couple of times a year a newsletter to all the schools in the boroughs that we cover, Kingston, Richmond, Wimbledon, joining area, to promote Coder Dojo. And so we get a huge surge of new families joining us. I think we had 60 new members joining us in September and early October. So that's a cycle that we follow. And also we have quite a lot of university staff who have families who come along and bring their kids. And of course we have parent mentors who are fantastic resource for any club, because it means it turns their commitment to volunteering into a family thing, which they're doing with their kids, and they can see them develop, and we can enjoy and celebrate the progress of the parent mentors' kids, as we have with Richard's youngsters and many of the others who've been with us many years. So from my point of view as a sort of program manager or club leader, about 3 weeks before a session, I contact each of the mentors like Richard and the other 6 or so, 7 mentors who are running activities, just to check that they're available, find out any changes that they make, you know, in terms of any equipment considerations, if they're using robotics, for instance, whether all their units are working, or some have become unserviceable, or they've brought in some more. Richard often changes the activities that he does from one month to the next, so that maintains a kind of freshness and a range of choice. Yeah, so that's the sort of pattern that it works. And Richard's going to just run over what we do.
So this is these are the activities we ran in October. You can see there's quite a range there. Lots of Raspberry Pi based activities there. I ran the Ashley Pi Mission Zero session, and we have, as Peter mentioned, both instructor-led and self-guided activities in Scratch and Python. We're also really lucky that one of our mentors, a guy called Danny, has written a book all about programming Pico-based robots. So he runs an activity using those robots that he's designed himself, which is great, really popular and lots of fun as well. Really engaging for some of the younger kids to see these robots moving around the floor. And again, as Peter mentioned, we have a Unity session, which is in a separate room, but really appeals to the teenagers amongst us. And we do vary things. So Microbit is another popular activity we run there. We're also lucky enough to have a mentor who works for Transport for London And when he hasn't got a broken ankle, he comes along and runs some sessions on using open data and building websites with HTML and CSS. So we're really lucky to have a diverse range of mentors who are really keen and love offering particular challenges to young people from their professions, and that's a real strength of the community, I think.
Absolutely. So to begin with, in the first few years, we just publicized what we were doing on Eventbrite, and anyone who found us through our membership list, we sent them a link and told them about sessions, or people wandered in through the community on Eventbrite, or they found us through visiting the Coder Dojo or Raspberry Pi websites, and they would book tickets. But we adopted a membership model where people needed to be onboarded and join for these kind of reasons. And particularly the one that was sort of uppermost was to try and avoid no-shows. So people would book and then not turn up. And it would be very disappointing and discouraging for mentors who put a lot of effort into creating an activity, especially if there were a limited number of robots or Raspberry Pi or Arduino. People would book, and we'd have other kids on a waiting list who were keen to come, and then on the day they would just not turn up. And we can sometimes fill the empty spaces by wandering around and looking for people with the right experience and say, look, we've got some gaps to do robotics or Arduino, and get them to move. But it's all quite full on, and to do that on the fly is not very satisfactory. So the thing we wanted to do was to reduce the occurrence of no-shows, particularly impulse and mischievous bookings, and create more of a sense of community as well.
We ask a couple of things as being a member to help build that community spirit that Peter's mentioned. So obviously, you get a membership code and we have to keep that confidential. It also enables us to make sure that parents only book one activity for their children. Because in the past, we had parents who would book multiple places because then they could turn up, and then if their young person didn't like the first thing they started on, move them on to another one, which again, not ideal behavior we wanted to encourage. And it also enables us to sort of keep track of the young people and work out or spot when perhaps someone who's a bit too young for a particular activity has been booked onto something, and enables us to then interact with the parents and say, like, we think this is going to be a bit above your young person's level. But as Peter said, the main thing is to encourage people to turn up, and also to emphasize the fact, which we do a lot now, that everyone who works for Coder Dojo Kingston University is a volunteer and is giving up their time to be there. So by having this membership model, it helps reinforce that whole community spirit, so that people who maybe wake up on a Saturday and think, I can't be bothered to drive into Kingston and brave the traffic, will be more inclined to do so because they know they'll be letting down the community that they're part of.
Yeah, thank you. So we use the attendance records in many different ways, which are summarized here. A very important one is to purge inactive member records in order to comply with GDPR. So if you have a mailing list, you can't legally and properly maintain those records if they're not active members. So by monitoring them, we can see if a family has either joined the mailing list and become a member, but they've never actually attended. So after a few months, we remove them. And then if the family have been coming regularly, but then they stop for whatever reasons, then after a while, we remove them from the database. So these are some of the reasons and ways in which we use that information. You've got an example of what it looks like here. So this has been anonymized for some data analysis we've been doing. We keep track of the year they joined, so the year and month 2309, so September 23. Then if a family has more than one child, so the siblings, then there'll be multiple lines with the same email address for each of the children. And then The dollar sign doesn't mean they've paid for something. It's just a symbol which indicates that they customarily use one of our laptops rather than bringing their own. And then X, the green highlighting, is a signal that they didn't, that they were a no-show. With no-shows, we write a polite email asking whether they attended, which says, we know that it can get very busy when people are arriving. You may not have checked in. If you did come along, we hope you had a fantastic time. If you didn't, please remember in future to let us know. And that works pretty well. And sometimes if people just ignore that, then eventually they just disappear out of the community. So this has been very powerful. And we're starting to use more AI data analysis to try and see what insights we can gain and learn from that information. By the way, from a technical point of view, a lot of the routines we use to maintain these records have been developed using Google Apps script, which some of you may use. It's basically similar to JavaScript. So for example, we've got routines that do a validation of the kind Richard mentioned. So it runs through a downloaded Excel from the booking platform and just checks to see whether there are instances where the same child has got multiple activities booked. So a lot of that is automated. The process of uploading each month's attendance records and no-show records and what they did, which you can see sort of stretching out into the distance, is also automated so that the task of putting the references in terms of the activity they did in the right row and column is all done by the JavaScript, which has been very worthwhile. And one of the other things we can do is beforehand, again, automated, we run a routine, a script on the booking file, and it identifies people who are coming to our club for the first time, newcomers, so we can prepare a badge for them and a certificate with their name and look out for them when they arrive and greet them so that they feel welcome, which is, works pretty well. Just to go back to the fact I mentioned that we had, initially we used Eventbrite. In November 23, Eventbrite suddenly announced that they were going to introduce a charge for even free of charge events. And that sort of triggered us into looking at an alternative. Ironically, subsequently, Eventbrite dropped that. But we've become a bit disenchanted with Eventbrite for other reasons, partly because of the weak security for preventing non-members from booking, and this problem of members using different email addresses, which made it very hard to keep consistent records because it looked as though new people were joining, but actually they were the same. They were the same members who, used a different email address. And then people, believe it or not, mistyping their own email address and so not getting the tickets and not coming along. So we set up a little group with some of the software engineers in the mental community to look at alternatives, and we chose Ticket Tailor, which has been excellent, a good choice, and does everything which Eventbrite does, with the exception of not really having a built-in waiting list system. But then we figured out we could run a waiting list monitoring platform ourselves. We use a free-to-use Jot form where people can fill in a waiting list, and we manage it manually. So that works fine. In terms of our mentors, then we adopted a policy several years ago that all our regular mentors should be STEM ambassadors. That has the huge advantage that it assures that they have the child safeguarding certificate for the UK, the disclosure and barring service, and also it ensures that provided we advise the organizer of the program, STEM Learning in advance, then of the session, then all our mentors are covered for public liability insurance, which is a condition that the university imposes on us anyway, and is good practice to have public insurance. So we also, so when we have people who approach us and are interested, say through the Raspberry Pi platform, who ask to become mentors, then we ask them to become accredited after observing an initial session. But we also use the fact that we can access the STEM Ambassador platform, and we can post requests so that ambassadors who are within reach of our area can notice that there's an opportunity to come and do something. And we've used that to fill specialist gaps, or if we were looking for somebody to run an activity which was outside the pool of experience of our existing mentors, we've had an excellent response. So for instance, the mentor Richard mentioned from Transport for London came as a result of seeing a posting that we put on the STEM learning platform. For those of you who are in the UK running clubs who don't already use STEM learning and the Ambassador program, I'd really recommend it very strongly. For communications within the mentor group, we use WhatsApp. We used Slack for some years. We switched over partly because some mentors using Slack at work would mute it at the weekends, which was often the time we wanted to reach people. Also, Slack introduced this thing that after 90 days, if you weren't paying for it, then previous threads and links are lost. And then the key thing was that around that time, WhatsApp introduced a community model which replicates the channels within Slack. So it means that we can have a kind of umbrella community for Coder Dojo KU, and then within that we've got different interest groups of the kinds you can see here for different platforms.
I gotta say, I was a bit of a skeptic at first when we moved to WhatsApp, but I'm converted now. The model works really well. It's been great. As I mentioned earlier, we've got quite a lot of people who help us out. We have the technical guys who come along and do the mentoring on the actual sessions. But what really makes the club work is the people who work behind the scenes doing all the other stuff, so that when I turn up with my case of Raspberry Pis, I don't have to think about making sure the young people are there and everything's been set up. That's all been done for us. And you can see some of the key roles here. I'm actually the safeguarding lead as well, which is the thing we take really seriously there, because we are in a big public space. There are lots of young people milling around, lots of adults and parents milling around. So we all make sure that the safeguarding leads are visibly identified in the session, and we all now wear lanyards to identify ourselves so that people know who the official mentors are. The other thing I'll just point out is the treasurer. We are a community interest organisation that we've set up as part of the Coder Dojo Kingston University community. That's primarily to enable us to accept funding, but as part of that, we do have a treasurer who looks after our bank account and all those kind of things there. And as you can see, these other roles here are really vital to the running of it. And I think club leader in particular is Peter, and one of Peter's greatest skills is finding all these people, as he recruited me in a pub many years ago, and getting them to work on it. And that's what's built this really great team that we have that enables us to run these quite large sessions regularly.
It's very important to have this team and a collective involvement, because the record of dojos and clubs surviving and continuing the departure of their founder and club leader is, in my experience, quite poor. I've seen some marvelous Coder dojos and clubs just peter out. Sorry, no pun intended. When the prime mover moved or could no longer continue it. And I've been determined to try and ensure that that doesn't happen to us because I can't go on doing it forever, much as I'd like to. So it is very much a team effort, and that's a big plus. Finally, we've been inspired by the initiatives developed over the last year or two to create learning paths within the Code Club and Raspberry Pi, which are very, very powerful. And we've got a little group trying to work on that. This is one of their prototype, I think this was developed by Canva, prototype learning path. What we're finding is that the sort of natural alignment of some of the Code Club work that's been done has been towards weekly code clubs, which are kind of a more stable setting in an after-school environment, for instance, or a library, whereas we work or meet every month. So we're trying to find a slightly different approach because the kids move around different activities. It's more like a tasting menu rather than a kind of curriculum-based course. So we're trying to adapt the idea of learning paths, which is very important and powerful, to our model. That just about wraps it up. Just to say that well, do you want to quickly summarize if we have a moment?
Sure. Yeah. So as I think, as you can see here, here are the key things that we think have really enabled Coder at Kingston University to last for 10, now in our 11 years. I think another thing that we haven't really mentioned that we do rely on heavily is actually youth mentors. We've had a number of young people who've come along, attended our sessions for a couple of years and then decided they want to give something back. And so, for example, some of our Scratch sessions are actually run by some of our older young people now who are coming along and doing it. And frankly, Mark's just walked in and he talks about, things having the stink of adult about them. And by having these youth mentors, it really gets away from that. And when we step in and see the Scratch sessions being run by the young people, they're just fantastic. They've got such liveliness and energy around them. And again, our show and tells are often run by young people themselves at the end of it. And that just helps build that whole feel of a community. And it's also quite inspirational, I think, particularly for some of the new young people who we have turning up to see that there is this community here. And it's not just about a bunch of adults talking to kids. The kids are part of that as well.
Thank you. So that's it. We celebrated our 10th anniversary this time last year with a lovely cake and balloons and so on. Richard isn't in this photograph because he cunningly asked me to take out the photograph that had him in it and made me use this one instead, which he took. Anyway, thanks very much. I don't know if we've got time for questions. But... Otherwise, come and find us. Come and find us if you've got questions.
Good afternoon. Oh, I need to stand near that, don't I? Can everyone hear me okay? Excellent. Yes, for those that I've not met yet, my name is Dale. I'm a software engineer for IBM with a background in AI and machine learning. What I'm going to be talking about today is generative AI. In the interest of starting off with something interactive, hands up if you've ever used or recognized one of these logos. I think that's everyone. Excellent. So I don't need to tell you what generative AI is, and that's good. My plan for this session is to give you some ideas for how you could introduce it in a Code Club setting. And in a way that is inspired by Code Club, by which I mean introducing it in a way that gets kids to build with it instead of passively use it, and building with it in a way that gives them an intuition about what it's doing under the covers. I'm going to be using a website called Machine Learning for Kids to do all the demos I'll be showing you, which is if you've not seen it, it's a free website, so you'll be able to reproduce everything that you see me do today. So this is my plan. I'm going to start by explaining how this tech works in hopefully an accessible way by building a really, really simple, dumb language model. Then I'm going to, once we've got these tiny little language models, we'll jump into Scratch and show how you can build Scratch projects using language models. And I'll show a couple of ideas for the kinds of things that enables. And then finally, I'll give you some things to watch out for, some of the gotchas and the potential problems, the pragmatic tips for what it means to bring this into your clubs. So let's get started. So I wanted to build a language model live in front of you all. So I need to think of a topic of what I'm going to get a model to generate text about. And for no particular reason, I ended up going with text about classical composers. So hopefully the live demo gods are with me today. So what do we need to do? We need a language model to derive a knowledge about classical composers. And it's going to derive that knowledge from a corpus of documents that I'm going to give it. So I found a Wikipedia page about a classical composer, J.S. Bach, and I'm going to use this page as my starting point. I'm going to give this text to the computer. So I've already downloaded it into a text file ahead of time. So what the computer's going to do with that is it's going to look to see what words were used in that document and how many times each word was used. But more than that, it's going to look to see, it's looking for patterns in the sequences of words, how many times some words follow other words. So if I click on next, you'll see this here. So the most common word in this document, unsurprisingly, was the word the. The shows up 484 times in this document. What came next after the word the? Well, 17 times it was first. The first shows up 17 times in the Bach article. The greatest shows up 7 times in the document, and so on. So why is that useful? Because if you came to Mark's session earlier today, he was talking about essentially what language models are, is they're autocomplete, turned up to 11, as he described it, which I really like as a description. It's that idea of, given some words that it's seen so far, it's going to predict what's the next best word. So it's going to do that using this knowledge it's derived from this document. That is, a knowledge of what words commonly come next. So now it's got this count of how many times different words come next. It can use that to make the best guess of what could come next. And that's what you're seeing in this visualization here. Let me zoom in so it's a bit easier to see. So this bar chart is sort of showing, given the word the, what words is it going to pick next? And it's got all of these to choose from. And the green bar is showing you how likely it is to pick that word. So it's more likely to pick first because that showed up more often, but pretty much all of these are up for grabs. But we have some control over that. There's a couple of settings that we use with language models. I mean, there are loads, but these are the two really most significant ones, temperature and top P. Top P is how many of these words do you want to be candidates? Let me zoom out a bit so you can see it. So if I reduce this, if I go all the way down, say there, only the top 3 words are candidates. It's only going to go for it's going to pick at random. Think of it as like it's going to roll a dice, and depending what number comes up, it's got those 3 to pick from. With a really high top P, anything that it's ever seen come next is a candidate. And temperature is how it weights it. So with a really high temperature, any of these words, you can see the weighting is really low. Any of them are valid candidates. If I lower the temperature, it's going to weight it much more heavily to the words that were more common. So it's going to stick to the things that most frequently come next. With a high temperature, it's a bit more random. Anything is up for grabs. So let's see what that looks like for real. So if I give it a starting word, I'm going to go with the first. The first biographer, Johann Ernst III, in March 1750, was further popularized by other genres. I mean, that's kind of word salad. Let me try generate again. The first edition of the New Church of only after 1730 Bach societies in the organ tuned in safeguarding. Still word salad. If I click on one of the words, you'll see why that word got picked. So for example, if I go with, actually, let's go with this one. So why did it pick the word schemes? Well, it looked at the word harmonic, which came up 6 times, and there were 5 different words that came next. So it had 5 things to choose from. It rolled the dice and it ended up with schemes as the next word. So there was a 17% chance it was going to pick that. So that's kind of how this works. But why has it done such a bad job? Well, there's a few reasons, but actually, before I get onto that, looking at the temperature and top P in action. So with really high temperature and top P, remember what I said, any of the things it's seen come next before is a candidate. So every time I hit generate, I get very different text. If I lower that temperature all the way down, so it just sticks to the things that are most common. Okay. So I've massively reduced the number of options available to it, and it got stuck in a loop. Let's stick with a higher one. So why is this doing so badly? It's not, when it's picking this word compared, it's not taking into account the start of the sentence. It's got what we call a really short context. If I switch back to my slides, imagine ignoring language models for a moment. Imagine you had the job of telling me what word came next after the word the. That's really hard. With no context, you've got no idea what is the most sensible word to come next. If I give you a little more context, sat on the, what word comes next? You stand a chance. You could say chair, seat, bench, sofa, something like that. If I give you a bit more context, the cat sat on the, and ask you to predict what word comes next, you've probably got a good idea of what I'm thinking of. The point I'm making is the more context you have, the easier it is to do the job of predicting the next word. So by building a model that had a context length of 1 word, that's why I was getting gibberish word salad out of it. So let me increase the context a bit and see if that helps. So how's that going to work? Well, now it's going to count all the different 2-word sequences it found in that document. So the first showed up 17 times. What comes next? Sunday came up 3 times. The first Sunday showed up 3 times. Volume showed up twice. The first volume. So now it's looking to see how often each 2-word sequence showed up in the document. Same as before, it's got all the different options. It's going to weight them by how frequently they came up. I can control the weighting by adjusting the temperature or the top P. So what does that let me do? Is that any better? The first composition in the history of Western music, getting better, a little bit better. Let's see. For other works, Bach's style is his extensive use of counterpoint. Let's see what other things I get. This fantasy is... So if you look at this bit, this fantasy is unique and has always been second to none. That's there. This fantasy is unique and has always been second to none. By looking for 2-word sequences, each 2-word sequence only shows up once. So with only a single document, it hasn't got anything to choose from. So it had one option. It had only ever seen this fantasy once. So yes, it rolled the dice, but it had one thing to choose from. So if I'm going to have a longer context, I need more documents. But that's fine. I can go back to Wikipedia and grab some more articles about other composers. So I'll add a load more in. And again, start counting how many times each 2-word sequence shows up in those documents. And let's see what that does. Starting to look a bit better. If I increase the context a little more, 3 words makes it, will make it even better. I need to give it 3 words to start it off, of course. In 1750, he arranged a performance of Messiah at the Crystal Palace involving 2,765 singers. So it's starting to make things, I mean, it's almost certainly not true. So like a language model with 8 documents with a context length of 3 is still a very dumb language model. But the principle of what I'm doing here is how these language models work. They just do it at an epic scale. So I showed you, you know, with one document, it generates word salad. Added in a few more, it started to generate things that if you squint, looks kind of like English. These real foundation models, frontier models, are doing it with trillions of documents. I showed you that with a context length of 1, it generates sentences that don't really make sense. I mean, even with a context length of 3 words, like if I sort of click towards, if I say here, it picked the word receipts because it shows up after mismanaging the ticket. It had the fact that it was to do with an accusation of cheating wasn't in the context, so that didn't factor in. Like to get coherent long passages of text, you need really long context lengths. And we're able to produce models nowadays with context lengths of hundreds of thousands of words. So not only is everything it's generated so far in the context, but your question, the answer it gave before that, the question you asked before that, all of that fits in the context. So it's generating the next word in the context of all that stuff that has come before. So that's kind of the basic principle. That's what language models are doing. And we can make really, really simple ones. And they're limited, but it's enough to give an intuition about how these things work. And hopefully to get across this point that, you know, these things aren't sentient, they don't have feelings, they don't, you know, they are statistical next word guessers. You know, they are taking the patterns that they've observed in huge numbers of documents and using that to guess what's the most likely next word. And I think that's a really useful intuition for students to have. And if they can get that intuition by building simple models for themselves, that's really great. So taking this up a notch, we can take small language models that have been trained using relatively large sets of documents and take this into Scratch. So let's give that a go. So I've got a few models to choose from. You might recognize some of the names. Sort of Llama is from Meta, the Facebook, Instagram company. Gemma is Google's model. Phi is Microsoft's. So there's a few to choose from here. When I go through the practicalities, I'll talk about why you would choose one model for, over another. But for now, I'll go with Gemma, which is Google's one. So the same sort of settings that I was talking about before apply. Don't want a context length of 1, 2, or 3 words. So I'll go with 500 for now. So that means after there have been 500 tokens, I think words for now, in the chat, anything older than that is going to drop off and won't be included in the generating of the next word. And temperature untopy, I've sort of shown you what that is. We'll have a play and we'll see what impact that has. We won't have any initial context for now. So I've got a language model running in the browser. So all of this is running locally. There's no cloud service. What happens is when I clicked on the download button before, it downloaded a copy of that model and is running it on my computer. So it's all offline insofar as the generation of text is offline. So if I ask it, what questions did I? Oh, okay. Write me a 4-line poem about a tree. Tall and strong, a leafy friend. Actually, this isn't too bad. It's done worse. If I try and remember this one, so the first line, tall and strong, a leafy friend. If I clear that and ask it the same again, I get something completely different. Green leaves dance in the sun so bright. If I clear that and ask it again, I get similar but different again. Green leaves sway in gentle breeze. Hopefully, from seeing how these models are made, you've got an idea of the temperature and the top P that leads to that. If I lower the temperature and top P right down, so it's not going to cast the net for all the possible next words it's seen, it's just going to stick to the most common next word options that it's seen before. If I do the same prompt, write me a 4-line poem about a tree, green leaves dance in the sun so bright, a sturdy trunk reaching for the light. Reset that, try again. Green leaves dance in the sun so bright, a sturdy trunk reaching for the light. For creative tasks where you want it to do something different, you want something unusual, you want something different, high temperature, high top P is good. What about for factual questions? What was I? Okay. In the Marvel Cinematic, I went for a long question. What was I? Who are the founding members of the Avengers? Hopefully you all know the answer to this. Iron Man, Hulk, Thor, Hulk again, Captain America, and Black Widow. That's not bad. Let's give it another go. Try again. Iron Man, Thor, Hulk, Captain America, Hawkeye. Have we missed anyone out? Who's a Marvel fan here? Who? Black Widow, yes. Let's try again. Third time lucky, right? Iron Man, Captain America, Thor. Nick Fury, actually, yeah, arguably, but we're still forgetting Black Widow. If I try reducing the top P and temperature, I get a much better answer. For factual information retrieval, where you don't want a different answer every time, you want the right answer, lower temperature and lower top P tends to be a better fit. And that's why these settings exist, because there isn't one setting fits all. There isn't one setting that is the best way for a model to work. It depends on what you're trying to do with it. What else should we do? Actually, let's take this into Scratch now. So what I've got here is a fork of Scratch, a modified version of Scratch with language model exposed as these blocks. So I can put a question in here, like the what is 1 plus 1? Excellent. So you can use the language model in inside Scratch. Context I haven't really talked about. It's probably worth touching this briefly. So I've asked it what is 1 plus 1, it's told me 2. If I say add 1 to that. Ooh, interesting. That's not what I was expecting. Actually, let me clear the context and do what is 1 plus 1. But because I want factual answers, I'm going to lower the temperature and the top P. Let's just get the cat out of the way. There we go. 1 plus 1 is 2, and I'm getting so smart. Add 1 to that. 2 plus 1 is 3. If I do add 1 to that again, now I get to 4. That's because each question it's asking is in the context of everything that has come before. So if this was in a chat window, imagine you could scroll up through the history and see the chat. So this clear context is basically if you want to wipe it and start again. The equivalent in something like ChatGPT of starting a new chat because you're starting a new topic. So if I run that block and then now say add 1 to that, I mean, it's not going to know what that means because that's got no context. So what is it going to do with that? It's thinking. Yeah, it didn't know what I was on about with that. So that's what the two context blocks are for. You can either set the context or you can wipe it clean. And this lets you give a new prompt into the model. So what kind of things can you build with that? In the interest of time, I'll do like here's one I prepared earlier. So this is a quick thing I made. It's a bit hard to see the tiny text in there, so I put it in a text window. You're a storyteller, you write fun and creative stories for children. Don't tell the story all at once, only give 1 or 2 sentences at a time. The reason I did this wasn't so much because the language model, but just because with Scratch, you can't put really long messages in. Like if I put that in there, there's only so much space for a chat window. So by asking the model to just give me 1 or 2 lines of a story, it fits better with the UI. So yeah, when the reader is ready for the next sentence, they will say next. And what I've done here is I've got, when the right arrow is pressed, I'm going to say next. So now what I've got is something that when I click the green flag, it's going to ask me what I want a story about. And then every time I press the right arrow, it's going to tell me the next bit of the story. Let's see if that works. I'm a storyteller. What would you like a story about? Any ideas? Chickens, thank you very much. In a little red coop nestled in a lush green field lived a very silly chicken named Henrietta. If I press right, Henrietta had white feathers that always looked sparkling clean and a bright pink beak that wiggled with every giggle. And I could keep going. So that's one thing you could do with this, creative writing. It can make very silly things. And obviously I could theme it and make it look a bit prettier. On a less creative note, similar kind of idea, a revision assistant one. So if I show you the prompt I put in here, your job is to come up with questions to help a geography student test their knowledge. Don't check the answers, just give them ideas of some, prompt them. I was thinking like a Scratch version of flashcards to help a student study. So let's see what that comes up with. What's the major mountain range found in South America? If I press the right arrow, where's the Amazon rainforest located, and so on. So it lets you get dynamically generated text into Scratch, controlled by these blocks. So let me go back to my slides. So yeah, project idea, storyteller, and the revision assist idea. So it's kind of fun. I've been doing these kinds of projects in schools only for, is it 4 or 5 months now? So relatively new. So I've only done it a few times, but even in a few times, things have gone wrong a few times. So I guess the key thing is, I mentioned at the start, these models are all running on the computer. It's not a cloud service. So you need a relatively powerful computer to do the job. If I go back to when I was picking the model, if I go back to here. So these two graphs, the top graph is how big the model is. So basically, Gemma is a 1.5 gig model. So think of how long it takes to download 1.5 gigs. Now you might run your code club in a center with a super fast fiber broadband, in which case that'll take, what, 30, 40 seconds to download. I've never seen a school with a super fast fiber broadband connection. And it's not just about how long it takes to download. Because the model is running on the computer, you need 1.5 gigs worth of disk space to store it. So have you got enough storage to have it? So this is one of the reasons why I've got such a wide range of models here, because there are some really tiny ones. It might be that even though, the Gemma and Red Pajama gives really nice results, you just aren't going to be able to run them. So you can, they're not as impressive, but they do. Actually, I'll show you in a moment what the really tiny models are like. But yeah, so size is basically how long it's going to take to download and how much disk space you need to store it. Complexity is basically how many sums the computer needs to do every time it's generating the next word. So the larger the bar in this bottom graph, the faster CPU and the more memory you're going to need. So if you are running your club on Raspberry Pis or on, you know, tiny old computers, maybe a Gemma or a Red Pajama is just, you know, it's not going to, you're going to run into problems with it. So yeah, the sort of requirements to think about is the technology to a web GPU. Most browsers support web GPU, like even some mobile browsers, like this does work on a phone or on a tablet. I mean, you know, I've got a not super new iPhone and this works on that. So, but I guess my main tips are test it before you invite a room full of kids in. Check that the browsers will run it at all. Check that the computers are fast enough. Decide which model you're going to use, you know, what model you can cope with. And don't do the download with the kids sat in the room. It just takes too long. But once it's downloaded, any subsequent times, you know, that was why when I showed you doing it live, you didn't have to watch me wait for it to download. It's because I've done it before and it's already on my computer. So before the kids come in, download the model you're going to use, and at least you don't have to wait for that. Actually, let me just show you Small, which is the tiniest model, and we'll see what sort of results I get from that. I'll go with the same one so that you've got something to compare against. What was it? Write me a 4-line poem about a tree. All right, that's not great. Let me try that again, just in case that was... No, whoa. So counting. Weirdly, like Small isn't too bad at, actually, let's, what is 1 plus 1? Excellent. Let's try it with a low temperature and see what that does. Oh no, what was that? What is 1 plus 1? Yay! I've never been so pleased to get the answer to 1 plus 1. But that makes sense. With a lower temperature and lower top P, it was going to stick to what it's seen in the corpus before. So it makes sense that works. So yeah, the larger models do give better results, but they might not be practical depending on what hardware you've got access to. Hallucinations. So this is the idea of a model that says something that isn't true. So what questions did I think of? Okay. I'll go back to Gemma just because it's mean to laugh at poor old Small. These models are trained by doing what I showed you before. You collect a large number of documents and you count the number of words that showed up in those documents and you look for the patterns in how many times some words followed other words. That takes a while, so you don't do it very often. You know, typically that takes months to run. So any model you're using will have been trained with the corpus of documents that we finished collecting some number of months ago. So if I ask it, who is the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom? So that's not wrong. Given the corpus of documents this was trained in, yes, Rishi Sunak was the right answer. You could be even more blatant than that. What year is it? It's 2023. Gives you a clue of when this model was trained. So keep in mind hallucination. Now, I don't think that's a bad thing. Like, I think doing projects where students intentionally ask it questions and get the wrong answers helps them to understand the limitations of this technology. It's worth keeping in mind that when you use something like a ChatGPT, it's not just a language model you're using, it's a language model that is supplemented with additional tools like a web search tool. So you'll see ChatGPT actually can get questions like that. It didn't used to, like earlier ChatGPTs would similarly tell you things like that. But nowadays they augment the context window with stuff from tools. But I still think it's helpful for students to have an understanding of the core building block technologies and the limitations of it. If I give you another example, summarize the plot of the thriller novel The President's Phone by William Jackal. Now, I did Google, there's no such book and there's no such author. So in an ideal world, it would go, I'm sorry, I don't know, I've never heard of that book. But particularly if you encourage it to be creative with a high temperature and high top P, it will merrily tell me about Andy. Okay. I think it's, so as with all language models, they do hallucinate, you've got to beware. So, and these models absolutely are guilty of that, but I think that's a good thing. Build that into your lessons, get students to experiment with it and get them to recognize that it will confidently give an answer, even though there's nothing in its corpus that would tell you that. Actually, just to be fair, let me see what that would have done with a low temperature and low top P. As I did say, that's how you would do information retrieval. Oh, it's Ben this time, okay. Yeah. I mean, there was no way for the model to get that right because I made that up. But I think it's useful to having these toy language models that run offline, that run in the browser, give students a chance to experiment and practice with it and start to learn some of these limitations, which I think is helpful. So you can get students to talk about, well, how can we, what do we do about this? How should we be using these models responsibly? I've not run into this as a problem. So you might have noticed, I put this banner at the top saying, it might generate, I've done my best to put guardrails in and to give it a system prompt that will keep it on the nicer side. But these models are generating text. It's, as you've seen, I'm surprised by the stuff it generates, because it is statistically, with some randomness involved, picking a random next word. So I would say this is something that you need to supervise. I wouldn't just let students go off and use them. I think you'd have to be working pretty hard to try and get this to come up with something horrid. I was considering doing this as a live demo. Someone asked me something really horrid and offensive, but let's not. But yeah, I think that is another factor of using a system that is going to return unpredictable output needs some supervision, I guess is what I would say. So, how long have I got? Excellent. Any questions on any of the stuff I've shown so far? Yes. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, but I think that's true of, there is unpleasant stuff on the internet, and if children have unsupervised access to the internet, there is far worse they could find than this. Yeah, I mean, like I say, what I have tried to do is put in a lot of guardrails that, and it's a very weird thing to spend time doing, asking it the most horrid, unpleasant things I can think of, and it not engaging with that. But I guess what I'm saying is, I can't be 100% sure that you couldn't jailbreak it. Every language model has guardrails, and there's always people jailbreaking it. Yeah, oh, you'd have to really be trying hard. By which point there are other ways to find unpleasant stuff on the internet. Yes.
I use machine learning for kids quite extensively.
Cool. I added this to the site it was in February half term. I had a week off and I wrote all of this. So yes, yeah. Thank you.
He's also hiding his line under a bush of that fork and scratch that he built. Very modestly out there.
Thank you. Yeah, please.
I use the smart classroom.
Yeah.
What really surprised me was that you had to only put a small number of examples in the case, and it gives you the right answer. I was just quite surprised that was so, because you only have to train it with 4 examples, 10 examples.
So it's a technique called transfer learning. So basically you train on a general corpus, and then you use the new training set to do kind of like a fine tuning on top. So yes, you're not training absolutely from scratch. So basic concepts of grammar, are already pre-trained, and then your content is used for additional transfer learning on top. So I mentioned that one of the key limitations of doing this stuff is you need a reasonably fast computer to run these models. Mark has been looking at other ways of doing this in unplugged ways that I think it's worth covering as well, because not all of you are going to be able to run this in your clubs. Do you want to?
We're doing the unplugged session as well after this one. If you've booked in for room 4, and doing 2 more sessions tomorrow, and we can talk about these things. But there are a couple of resources. So one of them is we recently did a project where we got young people to use Notebook LM in order. So basically, we get a bunch of kids in the Code Club, and they all write a little piece about why I love Code Club, what my favorite things are. And we feed all of those documents into a Notebook LM. Which is like a different kind of LLM. So we basically use their documents as the training content for the LLM. They talk about their Code Club. We run through this project here, right? They do all the bits. They give their thoughts to the LLM, and we train it. And while the LLM is training, you do an activity with the kids, which is basically a bit like showing them how to do temperature with the 6-sided dice. So you set the temperature. So you'd roll a die to determine whether you've got a low, medium, or high temperature LLM. And then that sets it up on your word table here. Right, and then from there, you do what's essentially a little Mad Lib. And so in the sentence, right, we've got, where are we? Generative, where's my sentence? I think it's above this table, maybe. Yeah, there it is. So in an adjective place, a person found an adjective thing. Curious, they tried to verb it, but they only made things adjective, right? And so by rolling these dice, looking at word tables, some of your kids are going to end up with stories with the words like black hole key, duplicate, cursed, wobbly, and other kids are going to get much more normal words in it. And so having these sort of unplugged activities, because a lot of this is quite cerebral and sort of abstract for young kids to get their heads around. But when you roll the dice and write a word on a piece of paper, my one says boogers, right? Right? That's what we want. We just want them. And like, as Code Club leaders, we know we're not going to make the next Zuckerberg in Code Club, but we are going to give them that passion to go away and become the Zuckerberg in their own lives, right? That's how we get kids to become powerful coders. We instill them with the passion. And playing these sorts of games is really good. And we've done a bunch of them around AI concepts. One of them, we talk about data clustering by getting kids to what we call pizza party patterns. And so you take a bunch of ingredients, you put them all together and come up with a pizza name. You give those names to another group, and they have to work out what the cluster of data is that would make that pizza, right? AI does the same thing. There are a range of these. One of them we do about doing sorting algorithms using logic, yeah, and or not. And the kids all stand in a row and they pass little shapes between themselves. Is it green? Yes. Is it green? Yes. Is it green? Yes. Is it a triangle? Yes. Is it a triangle? No. Right? And we're watching them sort these shapes just like machines do. So having these sorts of games, getting your kids up and off their feet and playing a game, touching other people and doing that kinesthetic thing, it just puts them in the frame of how the system is operating, and they feel like they're in it rather than looking at it from the outside. And we found that really engages them, not only gives them a reason to come play, jump, bounce around, slap hands, draw pictures, all the things we want out of a code club, but also they're involved in what's happening in the process. They're thinking about it while they are actioning that process. Right? They're doing the thing that the machine would normally do for them. We see lots of kids sort of go, whoa, okay, that makes way more sense. Like when you saw Dale do the thing with temperature and top P, how many of you went, oh, wow, okay, I get that. I see how that changes the output that I mess with, right? Kids, it's a little abstract, but watching them write those funny words and having them play, do the game, everything sinks in way, way better. And like I was saying, we're doing some unplugged activities now in like room 4 after this talk, and then tomorrow there's 2 more sessions at 10 or whatever if you want to come along and see the stuff that we're turning out. So yeah, I mean, this one here, you can get to this project by going to rpf.io/ccpodcast. That's the short link, and it will take you straight to this project, and you can just pull this little step out of the middle if you want to do the unplugged temperature activity. It's like a 10-minute game. Yeah, it takes nothing. We need some dice and some pencils and colored bits of paper. But yeah, I mean, that's about it, really.
Thank you. So let me quickly wrap up. What I've tried to give you here is the chance to see what language models are by building a simple one. And as you can see here, I went with text files, but you can just grab Wikipedia pages directly. Use content that you're familiar with, that you understand, because then you'll recognize chunks of it in the output. And to give you the chance to see how these things work in a slightly interactive way, albeit bar graphs, you know, works for me, but so that when you see what word it's generated, you can see how that happened. And then the idea of taking simplified models into Scratch so kids can start making things with it. So they're not just in a web page typing in and using it passively, but trying to think of things they could make with it, things they could build with it. And some of those things will be a good fit with language models and some won't. And that's kind of a helpful thing. It helps them understand what these technologies are good at, where the limitations are, by giving it to them as a building block in that Scratch sandbox that they're familiar with. If I'm around for the whole weekend, so if you've got any other questions, please do come and grab me. But if you think of something after this weekend, you can find me on a variety of social networks at dalelane.co.uk. Thank you very much for listening.
We have a 5 to 7 minute break. Lindsay. She'll be talking about navigating the code journey from beginner to budding coder. Thank you.
Sorry. Anyone pardon my next trick? Okay. Hello, everyone. Thank you for coming along this afternoon. This is, I'd like it for people to kind of forward ideas and explain what they're doing in their settings here, please, if you don't mind. This is to me more a sharing thing, rather not just my journey or what I'm perceiving things, but also to get benefit from people in here who are doing different things, different settings and everything as well. So great to hear from everyone as well. Okay, so this afternoon we're talking about navigating the journey from beginning coder to the budding coder as well. So I always say the aim at my coding club is to explore practical ways to help children grow as independent coders, looking at encouraging problem solving, managing mixed abilities, and moving from guided projects to more creative, open-ended work that provides challenge and scope for the children to take things in the direction that they want. So this is my school, Hillside School in Aberdeenshire. It looks nice and spanky new there. It's now 9 years old and there's bits of the cladding falling off. Not very purpose made at the time as well. So we're in the northeast of Scotland, just south of Aberdeen, 7 miles out of Aberdeen. So my coding club runs on a Tuesday during lunchtime from 12:15 to 1 o'clock. And I'm very, very lucky because there's Andy, who is my volunteer coding club. And he is the coder, I am not, I am the facilitator. So he comes along, unless he's on holiday, which he was last week, we missed him last week, because he was busy looking at pyramids. So the goal, you all know, for coding club is to support millions of young people to develop skills, knowledge and mindsets to enable them to thrive in our world that's increasingly shaped by digital technologies. And the advances are dramatic over the last 10 years and will be even more so in the future as well. So how can we do this as well? The Code Club pathway is just not that long ago, to be honest, that I discovered this. In fact, it was my very first Code Club conference, the first one, that I found out about this as well, because obviously there's so much on the website, but navigating your way around about, if you don't know where to go to look for things, what's there, what works, and what the idea behind it and everything is this was the way to go ahead as well. So the 3-2-1 make, the philosophy guides students through, or creators through a series of projects to increase their independence. 3 explore projects, so they learn by step-by-step instructions, a core set of skills that are specific to that particular level. And then they have 2 projects that are design-based, so they will practice new skills and will have more option there to be a bit more creative. And then finally, the final project, the invent or make project, which is the ultimate stretch to see how far they can go. What can they do with the skills that they've learned in the course of that 3-2-1 make project? And what can they then produce as well? From the website here, you see the layout of this, and it's the Scratch pathways that we're focusing on just now. Anyone here using those currently in their situation? Okay, and roughly whereabout are your creators on the pathways? Have you a variety of levels as well? Anyone on the 3rd level? No. Okay, 2nd level? Okay, so mostly 1st is it? Okay, just new to it as well. Well, I got new curators that just started in August, their very first time, so they've completed now their 2nd project, or some of them onto their 3rd, because they were just, in fact, it would have been September time almost before they started. And I got some that are almost finished the end of the 3rd level. So that's a great place to start there as well. I just kind of made a table just to show what is covered within the pathways there with the block-based coding. So the examples for the focus skills, projects, examples, and what you can do thereafter. So once the kids have actually created that project, what is that next step? That child shows interest and think challenge them. What can you now do with that instead?
how can you take that step further to make it even better? What's your take on that to improve it as well? So just a few ideas of things for the particular projects. The Space Talk, we'll cover that one as well. Can you have a secret debug mode or a hidden character that only appears somewhere along the sequence that comes in? Silly eyes one, that's one of the favourites, my children, as well. So can you make the eyes multiply and react independently? And the book choice as well, a different feature. Can you incorporate something different that's not been included that in the blocks that you've already covered as well? Can you kind of work out something for yourself and take that level further? So there's always options here. There might be children that are just still at the very basic part of each of these levels, and that would be enough for them to do that. In fact, they may go and do the same project again, and what they do is they change their stage, they change their characters, and they maybe their text or whatever they include is slightly different, just to give them that little bit extra practice and develop their confidence as well. So over a period of time, they will become more confident in approaching the next stage and everything too. As well, the quizzes. Do you use the quizzes at the end of the projects as well, just as a bit of a self-check to see how they're getting on? That's something that's very useful as well, to check what their understanding is, and they can see where they've gone wrong there as well. It's one of these things I keep thinking, I need to get the kids a notebook so they can note down things as well. So if they, once they've done something, record what they've done, and they can go back to it afterwards. It's something that I think I'm going to start to do because it would be worthwhile, because I write things down a lot as well. Yes, so much in your head and so much for your memory, but if you write things down, you can go back to it at a later stage as well too. So extra opportunities there. The badges as well, that's something we can't in our school because the kids can't actually log in to the website to get the badges, but they can get physically the badges on the sticker sheets that you can photocopy and produce, or if you got the actual real life ones with the stickers as well, to, you know, as an evidence that they've completed the project as well, to share their success. Now, a big thing here is for children to share their successes with each other, and hopefully, oops, just click on it. Right, mouse has disappeared. You don't need to hear it as well, it's just to share it. You should just be able to click on it. Touch? No.
This is my scratch project of the scratch cat missing the bus.
Okay, so we usually, once they've shown their project completed, they will show it to everybody at the club, or, you know, they'll celebrate or invite people to come around to see what they've done as well. And then often we'll say to them, okay, what can you do to change that and remix it and make it even better as well? Does anyone use the info cards as well to get some extra information? Again, to extend those that are proficient, that want that or need that extra challenge. Those are useful things as well. I've got a coder, well, came to me as a coder with an attitude, but this attitude has gone. I've never seen him, compared to last year, his behaviour in school was, for want of a better word, awful. He was constantly calling people names, including staff members, and he would be in trouble in the playground and everything. You wouldn't even know he's at my coding club because he just gets in there and gets going and everything. And he will read everything he can to get better. And he goes away home and goes and does things, and he'll come back next session and say to me, Mrs. Lindsay, I did this last week, and he'll show me the project that he's completed at home, his own independent one as well. So these kind of things are so useful, again, with ideas to extend the learners even more as well. And the extra challenges as well at the end of the projects as well. Those, again, anyone used any of those as well? Again, that's very, very useful.
you forget these are there as well. I don't print out all the step-by-steps. We use iPads, so the children generally work either on Chromebooks or laptops, but they'll also have between them, and usually a partner, so I try and encourage them both to work together, but doing the projects themselves on their own devices, that they'll share the reading of the instructions, because as I said, two heads are better than one. If one of you goes wrong, the other one will hopefully have gone right in a particular area, and you can check back and help and support each other as well. So the challenges are there at the bottom as well. Again, something to help extend those that need it as well. Anyone use the HTML, CSS pathways as well? Okay, is that primary or secondary? Okay, and how have they got on with that? Yeah, that's what I found out as well too. They find it very difficult and challenging, and I said to them, it'll just take a little bit of time to work out where you have gone wrong as well, and it might be an extra space that they put by accident as well, because they're still at that stage that, you know, if you do a full stop and you don't have a space afterwards and you're writing, it will give an error, that kind of thing. So as well, but just with a bit of practice as well. So again, that's another option to extend from 10-year-olds upwards as well, with those pathways too as well. And all the other options as well. The AI and data one as well, that's one of the very, very popular ones. And every now and again, we will actually have a go at something like that, which again just gives a different insight into a different kind of coding and everything as well. And in particular, last year's big hot favourite was the chop the cheese as well. Because I went back from the conference last year and the kids were absolutely smitten by this. Okay. And then we had bowls, well, other things that were being chomped instead. And they just thought it was so much fun as well. And the machine learning as well, that some of the projects there we've had a go of too as well. And very interesting, because when the red and green apples and tomatoes and everything as well, you know, they're talking about why is it recognizing the tomato thinks it's the red apple thinks it's a tomato. And then just kind of going back to the thinking behind it as well. So just going that step backwards as well. So again, challenging. And what can we do to make it more concise as well? So So I just had a little think as well about other strategies as well for challenging those creators that need a little bit more of extension activities and things as well. So first of all, you could have as well some debugging specialists, mentors. We've had a couple of these over the past few years as well, who will be the ones that are the go-to people. Go to Adam, go to Ewan, go to there. They're the ones that have a lot of confidence and a lot of practice they've done in their own times as well. And they're the ones that will help lead sessions as well. So that's been something that's been very successful. Have any of you folks had any of the creators actually lead a session as well? That they're the teacher, they go out there and they come up with a project, they will demonstrate, and it's a code along activity, and they will then challenge them at the end of the day to go and kind of develop that a little bit further and then make it into like a little competition, and they'll judge it on creativity and the code and everything afterwards as well. And that's what's happened there. That is Ewan, and Ewan he created a project to do with hippos, flying hippos, and these were some of the new coders as well as the current ones we had, and they all joined in, had a go, and he had great fun looking at everyone's projects afterwards and deciding on the winners and everything too. And new feature brief, so making a project better. For example, could you make it into a 2-player mode instead of 1? Can you maybe have a scoring system added to that as well instead, or a timer? What can you do that's taking that next level along as well? Remixing too, I've just mentioned that earlier on. So remixing it, what can you add to that? What can you take away, or can you take something away and put something else in instead? What can you do to make it more entertaining? Can you have another like another step in the process? Can you have another level if it's a game? And how are you going to get into that second level or so as well? So you're then taking steps towards the engineering insights as well too. Abstraction as well, thinking about how you could perhaps hide and show stuff, and for example, logic and things there as well. So rather than find the bug, for example, instead of finding a bug, finding treasure, but the treasure is hidden. You've got to adapt your sprites and everything as well, what you're going to do once you get them, and just kind of thinking process as well. And also another thing I thought about was the documentation challenge as well. So I noticed earlier this morning, it was clear that had annotated her code. I keep saying to the kids, you know, that's a really good idea to put notes. What is it that particular block of code does? Because you'll go away from it and you'll forget about that. So if you annotate it and put in your instructions as well, you know, you're going to come back there and you're going to remember what that's for. And I thought that's a very useful thing to do as well. Explain what this does and how it works as well. Okay, another thing as well is to extend the creators by doing some other projects. Now, last year we were very lucky, and I can't remember the lady's name from Australia, the Coolest Projects lady as well, which was wonderful to meet her as well. But that's a fantastic way to get everyone involved and the children either working together or independently or as a team, and being involved in a huge celebration of the Coolest Projects as well. Have any of you heard about the Primary Coding League? It only started last year. If anyone wants details, I can certainly pass that on to you as well. So schools within the UK, it's a young gentleman that basically recent graduate, worked for a year or so and then no jobs. He's trying to find areas into work. So he's trying to create things to kind of make him known and everything as well, and hopefully get a job at the end of the day as well. But he set this up as well with different challenges, and they are totally different. The process of using things like Flock that we've never used before, and some other kinds of coding that they've done that I'd never heard of as well. So that's things like these can be exciting. GamesCon style challenges, we have in Aberdeenshire once a year, although it didn't happen in real life the last couple of years, because sadly, a lot of schools signed up, and we think it's the fact of time being such a crucial thing, as in not enough of it, that schools just withdrew, and at the end of the day, there weren't enough teams to participate in this. So what the GamesCon's about is they decide on one of the global goals for the children to work on and to come up with either an animation or a game that is something connected with that global goal. So this year it is climate change and global goal number 13, and the children have got to come up with either an animation or a game that's something to do with some aspect of climate change. So for example, something to do with how you can stop the iceberg, the icebergs melting, how, getting the polar bears to get their food elsewhere, what can they do? Some questions, or just some things they've got to collect or they've got to avoid or something as well. So the kids are in the process of doing that just now. And that's a big project because they've got to produce, for example, storyboards. They've got to log all their meetings and see exactly what they did. They've got to explain their algorithms, and I'm finding that really difficult to explain to them what they're meaning there, because I said you need to have that shown. If there's no evidence of that, you'll get marked down, and because everything's marked for so many points. At the end of the day, I think the game itself or the animation itself is only worth 20 points. Other things. Not only that, it's like the marketing of your game, what's your target audience, how are you going to sell it, where's it going to be available, how are people going to know about it, and do market research about, first of all, what kind of game do you like to play, and showing evidence of all that as well. So it's one of these cross-curricular things as well as coding and everything, and it gives lots of opportunities. So something like that could be something within your local areas. We call them clusters up in our area, but clusters could get together. Something's, if you're a head or lead computer coding club person, maybe a few coding clubs together and set a project similar to that. Your global goals and also your rights or something as well that are common features across schools throughout the UK. So something like that would be something worth exploring there too. The other thing is barefoot resources. That's where I've come back to for this algorithms, just to go back to basic, what is an algorithm with them, to help them understand. Loads of resources there to extend as well as to go backwards and try and support those that are needing more support. And the Mission 0 one, and for more advanced secondary pupils as well, the Space Lab, which takes over a period of, remember how long, I think it's quite a length of period. Got a little list as well. Under 19s it is, and it takes 4 months in a team as well. Again, working as a team being a big thing as well. For example, our GamesCon, it's not just about the coding. There'll be 2 coders in the team of 4. Somebody else is perhaps the manager of the team, and the other person in charge of marketing as well. So there could be people involved in that are not just interested in coding, but it's a whole aspect of the games design as well. But going back as well to Prem's projects as well, just looking at that, just to see, what's going wrong here. Why is this code not working? How am I going to get this working too as something as an extension activity too? So the spark and the structure. Okay. So how do you celebrate or what aha moments have you had within your club settings? What has happened that's made you go, wow? Anyone? Yes. Oh, yes, sorry, microphone, apologies.
Thank you. When one of the children sees something new for the first time, like the microbit, and you just see that spark in their eyes when they're going like, it's got buttons, I can shake it, it's got a radio, and then you tell them, oh, it's got light sensor. They're like, it's got light sensor, and it just keeps going and going. That's definitely, yeah, that for me is a big thing.
Absolutely. Anyone else? Or aha moments? Okay, to me, one big thing is when the children complete at Coding Club, their first project, the sense of joy, satisfaction in them is just amazing. Their eyes light up and they are so, so proud. And those that don't have a Scratch account, they want to download it, share it on our Coding Club team, and say, go home, show your kids tonight. You can upload that code, show them how to do that, and share it with people as well. It's the big, I think the sharing thing is such an important thing, isn't it? Celebrating as well. Anyone else at that moment? Yeah.
I found it interesting to teach kids recursion. We didn't tell them that it was recursion. It was 10-year-old kids, and we just said, okay, we're going to make patterns with Scratch, and we had them just use the pen blocks and introduce the my blocks, and then at some point we showed them, hey, what happens if you call the block in the script where you define the my block? And we had lots of sparks, I guess, or lots of lightning moments where children understood, oh wait, this is going back to where it started, and then it will go back to where it started again. That was quite fun.
Thank you for sharing. Thank you. So it's then managing the transition from the more structured projects as well and to the more extension, more creative ones as well. Okay, and solving the puzzles. So how do you encourage them to independently problem solve and critical think? without them getting frustrated, without them feeling, I can't do this, I'm worthless, without them feeling, I'm not coming back to coding club again. How can you support them? How can you make it something that they're going to stick with and be resilient with? What do you do in your settings to do that, to deal with children like that seem to be, this is not working and they're getting frustrated? Anyone have any strategies? Okay, because what we do is we are mentors basically. They will go and support them, they will show them, they'll reassure them, and and it usually works. As well. We keep saying as well the fact that code doesn't always work as well, and you will get used to going back and checking it, being careful, and it's just going back a step or two. And usually it's just a simple thing they've forgotten as they were scrolling down, following the code, a little lapse of concentration or something, usually in the way. And they'll hopefully get it all together as well. Another thing is, sorry? Oh, sorry. Another thing is mixability groupings as well. That can help as well. So feeling engagement and to keep them challenged, to prevent them becoming bored, and make them not very complacent, just to kind of move them on as well. What resources or activities have been successes with you people? Anything that I haven't mentioned already that people use, that they have found that has been useful towards doing that? Okay, I think so, okay. Right, so the skills beyond coding mentioned already, your meta skills, logical thinking, communication skills, resilience as well. We have up in our area in Scotland, Schools Development Scotland have got this great visual about all the meta skills that we'll share with you. And then looking ahead, your next steps as well, how are you going to keep up momentum at your club? How are you going to want people to keep coming back every week and making this a thing that, it's a wet day, so there's not going to be able to be in a coding club today, and the kids all come to you, but why can't we have it? Can we not meet somewhere else instead? How can you get that enthusiasm, that spark keeping going as well? What can you do to extend it as well beyond? Because our problem just now in our areas, in our secondary school, in our cluster, there is no coding club at the moment. And the kids go up to the academy ready and thinking we're going to have a coding club every week, and they're really disappointed as well. How can we encourage the staff at other, the secondary schools to take on board and to continue with the interest with the children, what they have had experience-wise from primary school, and take it that step further without losing that interest in them and everything as well? So the aim of coding clubs is to give every child the skills and confidence and opportunity to change their world. Collaborative takeaways, I've just wrapped up with that as well. Just coding club is one family, one community. As I say, we are family at our coding club. We work together, we're kind, we're respectful towards each other, and we've got children that are from different classes that have got to know new friends and everything. They extend each other, they celebrate each other, and to me, coding club is the best thing ever, and it's the highlight of my week. I live for our Tuesday and coding club because that's what keeps me going on, and amongst all the other nonsense of the curriculum, it is the thing to me that I'm most passionate about, because I know the difference it's making to children in our school. So keep extending your pupils, keep encouraging them to create and go beyond, challenge them. Okay? Thank you.
We are rolling right along. For the next talk, we have Divya Mahadevan, and she will be introducing us to Tools for Everyone.
Hello. Now everyone can hear me. The millions watching at home. Hello. Hi everyone. My name is Divya Mahadevan. I'm a product manager at the Raspberry Pi Foundation, and I'm here today to talk to you about the tools available on codeclub.org and how you can use them as a club leader to manage all parts of running your club. So my goal at the foundation as a product manager who's been working on Code Club for the last 3 years is basically to make it as easy as possible for club leaders like yourselves to start and run a Code Club anywhere in the world. But really, the most important thing you need to know about me right now is that I love heists. I don't know about you, but the heist at the Louvre was one of the best things that happened to me all year. I've been so deeply into it. So that kind of bled into my talk as I was coming up with my slides. So I'm going to stretch a heist metaphor as far as I can possibly take it. Enjoy. So welcome to Tools for Everyone, the heist edition. Consider me your Q, if you've ever seen James Bond, and I will equip you with all the gadgets possible. So mostly I will be talking about the tools available on codeclub.org, specifically available on the dashboard, but I'll touch on a few of the other products that I work on as well, namely Code Club projects. And at the start of every heist movie, we all know the #1 thing that you have to do is put together your team. So what tools do we have that can help you do that? #1 is your club profile page. I think of the club profile page as kind of your club headquarters, right? Every good heist movie has a headquarters, as we all know. And so when you log on to codeclub.org and you go to your dashboard, you can go to your edit club profile and fill out a bunch of information that will then be seen on your public club profile page. When we've done user research in the past, one of the things that's most important when somebody's looking to volunteer at a club is the day and time that your club runs. And right now, a lot of the clubs that are on our website don't have that information, which makes it really hard for people who are interested in getting started with Code Club, wanting to volunteer, but don't know when your club is running. The other key thing on your club profile page is that you can kind of tick a box that says, do you need volunteers? And that'll show up on your club profile. So when people are looking to volunteer, they can say, oh, this is a club near me. It runs on Wednesdays during lunch. I think I can make that. Let me reach out. And once you have your club profile page set up, definitely share it on social media, get the word out within your network. We hear a lot of the time that people who have volunteers at their clubs, it's often their friends, their family, the parents of the children at the club, who all get kind of roped in to running the club together. But on the Code Club website, there's also a lot of resources available to help you promote and recruit for your club. We have template letters and posters that you can print out and share in places like, I don't know, libraries, grocery stores, anywhere to get the word out beyond your network and really turn it into a community club. And you know, once you've gotten the word out, of course, you will have this influx of volunteer requests. And so you will receive email notifications about any new volunteer requests. That will come straight to your Pi account email address. So whatever email you signed up with for your Pi account, you'll now get notified and say, hey, so-and-so has requested to volunteer at your club. And once again, you can log on to codeclub.org, look at their email. Maybe if you want to reach out to them and ask them a couple of questions, you can do so. And also, once you've accepted a volunteer, you have a whole volunteer list of everyone that's linked to your club. And you can promote people to become a leader just like you. And what that does on the website is it gives them sort of more ability to help you manage your club. So they could do things like set up events, which we'll talk about, send messages to subscribers, things like that. And very soon, as in my development team is working on it at this moment, or they were on Friday, we're adding an extension to this tool that's allowing you to invite a mentor to join your club. So pretty soon there'll be an add volunteer button, and you can click that, put someone's name and email address in, and they'll get an email asking them to join your club. So they won't have to go and find your club profile page and request a volunteer. It's supposed to be a bit of a shortcut. So that should be out in 2 weeks or so. Fingers crossed that my dev team doesn't find any horrible bugs in the meantime. So you've put together your dream team, you've assembled your crew for your heist, but of course, any heist can go wrong if you don't communicate. We've all seen it before. So how can the codeclub.org help you communicate with your club? The main tool we have for this is our subscribe tool, which is available on the club profile page. So parents and mentors can subscribe to the club via the club profile page. They just need to give their name, their email address, and agree that they're over 18. But of course, if there's anybody that you don't want on your subscriber list, you just have to log on to codeclub.org, go to your dashboard, see your list of subscribers, and you can remove anybody you don't want on the list. And then you can send out email blasts about what your club has been up to, any upcoming events, any kind of special activities that you want to run. It's a really great way to keep parents involved in the Code Club and, you know, just keep everyone up to date and on the same page. Enough said. So of course, we have our crew, we have our comms channels. No heist is complete without the perfect plan. And when it comes to planning club sessions, I think there's kind of 3 main questions that I have when I run my Code Club. When is it? Who is coming? And what are we going to do? So we have some tools and resources to help you with all 3 of those questions. And I know that for some clubs that are running maybe weekly and term time, you kind of already know what day it is and who your regular crew of attendees are. So maybe some of these tools are not perfectly applicable to you, but we're trying to expand our tools as much as possible to make sure that they are really tailored to all of the beautiful ways that clubs run all over the world. So for right now, what we have to answer the question, when is it? We have an event management tool. So you can put in, you know, you can create an event with a name, a date, a time, a place, whatever. But kind of the key thing here is that you can create ticket types. So you have 3 ticket types available. And what we've seen work really well is people may say, okay, I'm going to have a scratch table with 6 spots on it. I'm going to have a microbit table with 4 spots on it. I'm going to have a bring your own laptop section with 20 spots because I only have 10 devices, but there's more space for more young people. And when you publish that event and it's available on your club profile page, people can then book on and select a specific ticket. And when you review who's booked your tickets, you can start to build a sense of, okay, 3 people have booked onto Scratch, 2 people have booked onto Microbit, and that can kind of help you prep for your session and kind of get an understanding of who's coming and what they might be doing. So I kind of led into this, but as part of the event management system, we have attendee management. So anyone who books a ticket, you'll be able to see all of their details, including any assistance they might need. And you'll be able to check them in and check them out on the day of the session. So you'll be able to know who is in the room at the right time. And of course, you can message all of the attendees. It goes straight to their booking confirmation email. And this is a great way to send out reminders of, you know, hey, you booked onto this event, can't wait to see you. Or, oh, the door is locked in the event and we're gonna relocate to this other room. This is a way to keep in touch with the people specifically at your event. And now on to the more fun question, I think, which is, what will we do? And this is all about our project site, which is another product that I work on. And so first thing I'll say, new this year, we've released a beta projects page on your dashboard. So these are brand new projects that our amazing learning team has created this year. And we're really looking for feedback because we're really trying to make them as tailored as possible to the code clubs that run. And so there's a lot of really fun projects on there. There's a Python Bytes sequence or series of projects, which is all about getting young people started with Python in really quick and easy projects. We have some visual first projects, which basically use no text whatsoever, which is aimed to help young people who don't like reading large paragraphs of text. And we really love your feedback on them. So please log on, try them out, try them with your club, and let us know how it went. We already heard amazing things about our project pathways, so I won't go into them. But the other thing that's new this year that we heard from mentors was that they really wanted to know the level of different projects. Is this beginner suitable? Is this advanced for advanced creators? And then the other thing that was interesting when we did some user research this spring was that young people, they're not necessarily going to say, oh, I'm a beginner coder, or they may not say, oh, I want to learn Python. What they are going to say is, I love games. Any young person I talked to, that was the number one thing. I want to learn how to make a game. And so that made us recategorize all of our projects on the site, about 256 projects, I think, and give them a specific interest. And so now on the project site, you can filter by interest, and we've made that really prominent as well. So you can choose a project by your interest and by your level, and hopefully narrow down the selection to a choice that's right for your creators. And of course, we know that code clubs are much more than just the coding content. There's so much that happens, and there's so much that should happen away from screens. So on our resources section of the site, we have things like unplugged activities. We have icebreakers that help young people get to know each other and build those social relationships. We have short printable projects and progress maps and certificates. It's a real treasure trove of stuff that's easily available. So if you haven't checked it out already, I really recommend doing so. And with that, you have the perfect heist, in my opinion, to heist Code Club. All right, that's the end of the heist metaphor. But I will just say that in terms of what my team is working on and what we'll be doing over the next kind of year or so, right now we're working on improving our mentor management tools, improving the club registration flow. Next, we're really going to be trying to improve the visibility of the safeguarding training for mentors, because we know leaders have asked for that a lot, to be able to see when someone has completed their safeguarding training. And we'll also be looking at just generally improving the Code Club onboarding experience, the existing tools that we have, and something that isn't on here, but because I said I worked on Code Club projects, I'll say that one of the key focuses for next year is going to be improving our integrated editor so that it's easier for young people to look at the instructions on one side and be coding on the other without having to switch tabs. So stay tuned. You'll hear more from me over the next year or so. And thank you.
Are there any questions from anyone for either of the two speakers?
Thank you. This is a question I keep forgetting to ask, okay? I know the age range is 8 up usually, but have you considered doing any projects that are around Scratch Junior or like a mini coding club idea? Thank you.
Yeah, it's a good question. Typically, the age range that we're focusing on is 9 to 16. So we're kind of trying to really hone in on that age range. But I think we're always interested in exploring different technologies. And if you see Mark Kaleha, Mark Scott, or Pete, ask them about it, or Becca, because they're our wonderful learning team who's writing all the projects. Mm-hmm.
Anyone else? Any more for any more?
Ask me for my favorite heist movie. What's your favorite heist movie? I'm so glad you asked. Ocean's 12.
Excellent. In that case, we will close here.
You know how this works by now. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Thank you very much. I think there are a couple of stragglers, but as you guys hear we're on time, I will reward you by getting started on time as well. Has everybody had a great first day at ClubsCon 2025? Excellent, that's what we want to hear. I just wanted to share a very quick couple of highlights from today. So this morning, Helen took us through some new resources that we've made for working with secondary schools. People seem to really, really like those, especially a new plan for the year, so you can have different ideas of what to do each month. And of course, they're available for all clubs to use, not just those in schools or secondary schools. They'll be on our website shortly. Feel free to have a look at those. Apparently, there was an inside chat exploring head teacher cam, which sounds all kinds of terrifying. Certainly the non-head teachers in the room seemed very excited by this. We've got our learning team working on that immediately, you'll be pleased to know. Mr. C led a session this morning on AI, and what was really lovely, one participant said to me, it felt like an idiot's guide to AI prompts without making me feel like an idiot, which I thought was really, really sweet, so that was fab. Just recently, I led a frankly brilliant session on fundraising, where we looked at the impact that our clubs have and how we might communicate that to potential funders. And there was a really good energy in that room, really, really good ideas. So thank you for those who came to that. And I think the loveliest bit is in a session earlier about the inclusion of deaf students, there was a lovely quote that said, before, we couldn't hear their voices, but now we hear their voices from what they build on the screen, and it's echoing all around, which I just thought was really lovely. Can I get an ah? Yeah, that's the right reaction. Well done. It's fair to say there's also been some robust debates today. Just a gentle reminder that all opinions are welcome. Healthy debate is encouraged, but remember, we are all friends here. But we really hope you've had a great day. My team are sick of me saying this, but feedback really is the breakfast of champions. Yep, someone had at the back. Well done. So if you have or you haven't had a great time, please tell us, because we really, really do need to know. Now, some of you have booked to go out for an evening meal as a group with some of us. I really hope you're not regretting that choice now, but, you know, we'll see where we go. If you have booked to go to Wagamama, so you're with me, and I'll meet you outside Wagamama at 6 o'clock. If you've booked to go to the Salisbury Arms, you're with Pete. Give us a wave, Pete. Pete will meet you there at 6:30, ready for food at 7 p.m. And if I do say so myself, they do fantastic pizza. And then our most popular choice, if you book to go to Rocky's Steakhouse, you're with Helen and Claire. Give us a wave, guys. They will meet you there at 7 p.m. Is that right? Yep, 7 p.m. for Rocky's Steakhouse. I'm afraid we are fully booked. I'm really sorry if we couldn't accommodate you. Just a gentle reminder, unfortunately, we're not able to cover the cost of your meal. So just to prepare you in case you missed that in the email. We did give you epic swag, so, you know, it's a bit of balance. Last thing, on the way out, we have some tremendous Code Club branded banners and roundels and all sorts of things. And Claire here is desperate to get some photos of people with our Code Club stuff. So if you want to be immortalized on social media forever, Claire is your woman. Please go and speak to her, get some lovely group photos together. That's it. I want to say a massive, massive thank you for your time. I hope you're not all completely frazzled. If you are, I hear alcohol is a fantastic solution to that. Have a lovely night in Cambridge, whatever you do, and we'll see you back here at 9:15 tomorrow morning. Thank you ever so much. We do